Hey, honor students, welcome, welcome. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Come on in here. Come on in here. Like, share, subscribe, all that stuff. Y'all know how we do. We have some things to talk about. We starting out our new year. We jumping into 2025 just in a different type of way with a different kind of energy, child. So what they say, when you know, you know. So it's time to move around. And y'all, we about to move around and get into the Drea Kelly's business. So come on in here. We got a lot to talk about. Y'all know the last time I went live, I talked about doing a book reading on the 1st, starting tomorrow, of make sure y'all can see it, of Aaliyah's book. So I thought it was very fitting to review the interview that his ex-wife, Drea Kelly, did recently. And she did it within the last couple of weeks. When I saw it, y'all know y'all already know I've been under the weather. I'm good now, but I was sick for like a while. Almost like a damn month. Since Thanksgiving, y'all, I got sick. So while I was sick, I saw that she did an interview, and I was like, I want to bring that to the channel and review it. And I think it's perfect timing because we're going to get into Aaliyah's book and see what was going on with her, what her story is. And I was like, okay, let's see what Drea is talking about, because Drea also has a book coming out. Y'all, we finna get into these books. We get into these books. And by reviewing what she has to say, it would be a great segue into her book. Because when I say the interview, she said so much. It was so much. And I would love to hear you all's opinion about what she has to say, because she said some things that I'd never heard before, and many of you may have not ever heard it before either. So make sure you all complete the polls. Please complete the polls, because I want to gauge where your thoughts are as it pertains to Drea Kelly as we get into the interview that she does with what's that man name I said? What's that man? Carlos King. Carlos King. Yes. So come on in here. I'll get through the chat. Say what's up to my people. What's up, Arion, Addison? Hello. Hey, Kathleen. Hey, Yvonne. Welcome. So you all come on in here. We're going to be getting into this interview. It's about an hour and 45 minutes, but great information. I think that many people should hear what she has to say, because it may very well change the opinions that you have formed about her. It may change. So we are going to get into it, y'all. Make sure if y'all got questions or comments, drop them in the chat, because y'all know how I'll do. We'll get into the interview, and and then y'all know, I'll give my commentary on, my thoughts pertaining to what she said, at that time. Kathleen says, I'm not familiar with these folks. So Kathleen, R. Kelly, are you familiar? So R. Kelly he's he locked up. He in jail. He doing time. I don't know when that man getting out. I don't know when he getting out, but R. Kelly was just a really huge singer. He's still, I guess he's forever a singer, but he was a successful musician when he was out. Successful artist. So he collaborated with a lot of people to create hits. So are you familiar with like Aaliyah? Aaliyah was a singer, and she passed away. I think she was maybe like 22 in a plane crash. And the long ongoing rumor, which some may feel that it was confirmed to be true, but Aaliyah was alleged to have been married to R. Kelly while she was a minor. So they were tied together because he was the person who kind of introduced her basically to the world as a singer. And then she was maybe like 12, I think, probably, when they, connected and started, working together. And I think it's alleged that when she was maybe around 15, they may have married. So Yeah, that's the background. So think about that. You know, as we're talking about with today, in today's time, with a lot of these artists being alleged to have had relations with underage minors, uh R. Kelly, for me, in my era, like, was the first person that I heard, like, in the industry where there was talk about inappropriate activities taking place with children. So that was for my time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born in 80. So when I was in high school, like, that was like the chatter, high school, early 20s. That was the chatter I was hearing. It's like R. Kelly being married to Aaliyah. There was also a video out there allegedly where he had peed on a person in the video, which many believe to have been a minor. So listen, Google them, girl. Google them. Google R. Kelly and the who R. Kelly is. It all come up. It will all come up. But tonight you're gonna learn more about you're gonna learn about him tonight, because Drea, she's his ex-wife, the mother of his three oldest children, or I don't know if they're his only children, but Drea's gonna get into how she met R. Kelly, and she's going to get into her thoughts and sentiments surrounding people's opinions of her. So we gonna get into it. Come on in here, y'all. Come on in here. Pearl, happy New Year's. What's up, Pearl? Happy New Year's. Hey, Suze. Miss Maddie, what's up? What's up? So y'all, we about to get into it. Get ready. Get your popcorn, because y'all, this whoo child. So make sure y'all y'all complete the survey. So we about to get into it. Let me get been trying to keep up with all the comments that's been coming on my channel with everything that's been going on. So got a lot of comments to still get to for those of you who may have not gotten a response yet from me on in the comments. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. Fair use, fair use.
Hey, Raindrops. Now, before we get into this video, I want to talk to you about joining my community. Yes, my YouTube community of subscribers.
Because we're both like but if you from the woman I've known for over a decade, and she is such a fun girl, a good girl. Give it up for the beautiful woman inside and out, Drea Kelly. Now, is it Drea or Drea, girl?
Okay, so depending on where you from in Chicago, my name is Andrea. So that's where Drea comes from. But if you're from the west side of Chicago, they call you Andrea. So that's where Drea comes from. So it doesn't bother me. Either one. When I go back home, you're going to be Andrea or Andrea, and you're going to answer to both. So I'm not really particular about it one way or the other. Just, don't call her out her name.
Ah! Hey, boo!
Hey, boo! We doing it! Okay, we back.
We have known each other for a long time, and we instantly clicked.
Yeah.
Because we're both like crazy and wild and got this insane personality, but I've always been a fan of yours ever since Hollywood Exes. I mean, you really show the world your personality. You were the fan favorite of that show, and a lot has happened since then and just recently. But before we dive into all of that, I do feel like you're very misunderstood.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like people know the real you. So before we get into all the most recent stuff, I really want to start with like you. You are a Black girl from Chicago.
Yeah.
Like who was Andrea, honey, in Chicago?
Baby, she was over the top, even as a toddler. Oh, let me tell you how over the top my ass was, okay? My parents said I did not even crawl. Literally, I was sitting in the middle of the floor. Soul Train was on. My dad said I had a bottle in my mouth. I stood up and started dancing. And he was like, what freaked us out is you was like,
Jay was not doing
it. Soul Train was on.
You was doing this.
Yes, Soul Train was on. And my dad said when it went to commercial, I put my hands on the TV like Poltergeist. And I was like, more. So my dad, my family, they knew. They was like, when you came into this world, we already knew what it was. My family would also say, like, you've been here before. I remember one time in my grandparents' basement, it's pitch black. I'm down there laughing, and they're like, who are you talking to? Who are you laughing at? They said I described the lady who my grandfather bought that house from, but she died in that house. And I described the old white lady with the white hair with the red skirt and the gray sweater. And they said they all ran up the stairs, left me in the basement by myself, because they was like, there's no way you would know that, because your grandfather bought this house before you were even born, and he bought it from that white lady. So there's no way for you to know that. So
wait, so you was the white girl in Poltergeist. You saw dead people.
I did. I see dead people. I see people demons. I see people's angels. I see people's lights. I see people's auras. I have seen, like, no lie, my friend that passed away, Amal, I remember being at the beauty shop getting my hair done, and he was laid back in the shampoo bowl getting his hair washed. And I looked over to him and I was like, wow, he's going to die soon. And I just finished getting my hair done. Now, mind you, fast forward 2 weeks later, I'm like, anybody seen them all? Anybody seen them all? And they was like, oh, you didn't hear? And I'm like, hear what? They was like, he passed away. He had cancer, but never told anybody. But it was something about when I saw him, he looked so peaceful, but there was light, but it was like going over his body in waves. And I was like, wow, he's about to transition. Now, mind you, my grandfather was a Baptist preacher, but he was also the first man I ever saw beat a woman. So God, love, and pain were one for me at a very young age. So I grew up in the church. I was one of them kids that I spoke in tongues before I was baptized or tarried, which they was like, this hardly ever happens. Typically, you get baptized, they take you to the tarrying room, you tarry for the Holy Ghost. I was speaking in tongues first, then got baptized. So I already know I'm different. I know I'm called. I know I'm anointed. I know I'm appointed. And I've really gotten to that place in my life, honey. Any problems you have with me, you need to either text God, send him a voicemail, get in your prayer closet about it, because this is who I am. This is who, like, I have really stepped into that from a little girl, I'm different. And I'm okay with that. I always say, I'm a brown girl from the South Side with big hair, big dreams, and baby hair. Baby, don't let this baby hair fool you either. Please. TV makes me look bigger than I am. I'm little, but I'm lethal. I'm only 5'3" and 120 pounds, but I fight like I'm 5'11" and 265.
You was fighting girls in high school?
I had to.
Why?
Because they played in my face. Listen, I'm very much, let's talk about it. It don't need to go there. Let's not. And I don't like to fight. I'm not. I will protractor you to death. I will gouge, listen, I will shank you like we in a prison yard, ma'am, because what you're not going to do is scratch up a face and pull out my hair. So you come over here. No, I got a protractor with your name on it. I don't do that. I'm from Chicago, the South Side. You will get jugged. Like straight up and down. Like,
not jugged.
You will get jugged. Don't even do that. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? I had to take the L, the bus, and walk on the South Side of Chicago. I'm prepared. Switchblade down, Vaseline ready. Don't do it. I'm not that girl. I'm not that girl. Because listen, Carlos, growing up in Chicago on the South Side, you had to know how to defend yourself. It was no joke. Like, you couldn't be out in these streets.
So I'm gonna stop it there. So as you're listening, Drea said she wasn't no weakling. She was about that life. She was about that life. So I want to point that out, because I want you to keep this in mind with how sometimes people can be before they get involved with another person who's very toxic, abusive. Like, it happens where it'll be somebody to where at the time, like, you couldn't tell them that their self-esteem wasn't where it needed to be, that they weren't Hercules, that they wouldn't shank you. But then a person just like this could wind up being in a situation that has you to be like, damn, like, how we get here? How she get here? Like, she was this way, she was that way, she was strong, she was beautiful. Like, how did we get here? So keep that in mind as we hear her story with what she's saying, where she came from, because this is not sounding like a weak person, a weak woman who's waiting to be rescued. Like, she said she was able to handle it her dang self. She also comes from a church family, grandfather in the church. So this is a woman that we can say she knew right from wrong. She knew right from wrong. So just keep that in mind as we continue to listen to her tell her story. Welcome you all as you come on in here. Who we got in here? Beta, what's up? What's up? Serena, happy New Year. Happy New Year. Miss X, welcome, welcome. Y'all come on in. So keep that in mind. This was a woman that felt like she knew herself prior to ever meeting R. Kelly. So let's get back to the interview.
But here's the thing. We come from an era now, people, these thumb gangsters, they quick to say something and DM you, or you would never survive back in the day before social media, because you would get bopped in your mouth. Like, girl, you will get scalped on the yard. Don't play like that. But now people have the comfort of, I can say this and put this out here and be hateful and hide behind my phone or my iPad or my computer. Like back in the day, wasn't no hiding. You said it, you get your ass whooped.
Well, not only do you know how to fight, you also are an amazing dancer.
Thank you.
So are you a trained dancer? Like, did you like do dance classes and like go to a separate dance school? Because you are amazing at your craft.
Thank you.
You really are.
Ooh, I like to say I'm the most trained, untrained dancer on earth.
Really?
Because here's the thing. My mama had to decide between the light bill and dance class. Guess what was going to win every time? That light bill. When she had to choose between, do I pay rent or send you to dance class, she had to pay rent. So it was when I went, I remember on the south side of Chicago, I went to Sammy Dyer, and my first day in class, that's what they asked my mom, like, where is she trained? Like, who is her master or her mistress? She has amazing technique. My mom was like, oh no, that's all her. That's natural. She's never done dance class before. It was just one of those things, but it's in my DNA. My mom was a dancer. Her sister, my Aunt Brenda, was a dancer. My grandma Doris was a dancer. So it was just in me, passed down to be a dancer. But I oftentimes would feel like, oh, well, man, if I would have had that kind of training, I could have been a part of Ailey. And I remember going to Debbie Allen School, Dada, in LA. Felicia Rashad was there, and I'm in the back office. Now, mind you, I see Debbie Allen, I fall out, cry. Honey, it's a picture of me, snot flying. I done threw my purse, shoes, everything. But it was the moment I sat with Felicia, and there was an older lady. I can't even remember. I swear, Carlos, I think this woman was an angel, because I promised I turned back and she wasn't there. And I was like, I could have sworn there was somebody else in this room besides me and Felicia. But what she told me, because I was telling her, you know, I haven't trained and I wish I had more training because I would be I would be on Broadway. And she said it in her Maya Angelou voice. She's like, darling, the fact that you have not trained is not your downfall. It is your gift. It changed my life instantly. Changed my life instantly, because here I am looking at posters of Debbie Allen on the wall. You know, she's a Broadway girl, down, legs down, pirouettes down, triples, doubles, fame. And I'm like, I didn't get that kind of training, but I'm like, but look what you do have. So it taught me in that moment, don't worry about what you don't have, what you didn't get. Use what you do have to get what you want. And it changed my life. It changed. I never looked back after that, after years of being a dancer.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's really amazing, because, you know, listen, when we see you dance, we see the technique and the artistry, and knowing as much as I do know about you, I know you love the art of it so much. And like, even right now, you're smiling about it. So when you were in Chicago, is that just something you like went to after high school? Like, what was your career trajectory post high school?
Oh, so when I was able to go, when my mom could afford, I would take classes here and there at Sammy Dyer. And then I went to Joel Hall, which is in Chicago. I would take classes here or there. But then eventually I just started my own dance company, AKDT, Drea Kelly Dance Theater. I didn't have anybody to like mentor me through. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do it. God put it in. And I'm a firm believer that God does not give you the vision if he does not have provision to make it happen. He does not bring you to it if he's not going to bring you through it. All we have to do is be obedient to the gift. God don't ask us to perfect the gift. He says, be obedient to the gift. And that's what I did. Like after high school, I was like, okay, well, let's see. And then I went and auditioned for my ex, honey. And the rest is history. Yes. And I was not.
So I seen, who was that? Just trying to keep up with the comments. Arion says, not to judge her, but she didn't see nothing bad in R. Kelly or was it the money? That is a great assessment. That is a great assessment, because throughout this interview, like, she just talks about vision, discernment, things like that. I've seen her do other interviews, and yes, that's the question. Is like, damn, you didn't see all this with R. Kelly. Great question, great assessment. But we're going to continue on the interview and see if you get that answer, because a lot of times the signs be there. It's just whether or not we want to acknowledge them. Do we want to just see what we want to see? Do we want to see what we want to see? Kathleen says, Arion, don't get me the lion. I know nothing. What do you say? What do you say? Kathleen said, Arion, could it be love is blind? So questions, but I thought that was a good assessment as to, how she kind of got into the situation that she got into, given that she comes off as though, like, prior to him, she was kind of very self-aware. So let's get back to this interview, y'all. It's a good interview, I promise. Let me see. Let me change something. All right, let's go.
Not even going to audition for him, because I'm what people call a bunhead. Bunheads, ballerinas, you see them, and usually, like, for my hair to be down today is a miracle. God probably coming tomorrow is coming to Jesus at this end. Baby, I was a theater kid. Like, I love performing and acting. So when they was like, he's having auditions, I was like, what? R&B? Never. I'm a ballerina. I'm a jazz dancer. No. Went audition, turned that audition upside down, baby. Because I was also a gymnast and an All-American cheerleader. So I was like, well, here's your chance. Let's make, and that's how I actually started as his principal dancer and choreographer. A lot of people don't know that.
And that's why I want to talk about it with you. And listen, I want to respect the situation that you're in, and I want to respect your own boundaries. So feel free, if there's something that makes you uncomfortable, because I'm not here to make you uncomfortable at all. I'm here to make sure that hopefully for the last time, you're able to just clear the air, because a lot of people do have it wrong about you, and they have these interpretations. And I'm sure you saw a lot of this online. So I want to give you the floor to clear the air. So obviously your ex-husband is R. Kelly, and you were the principal choreographer for his tour upon auditioning. That's how you guys met. Yep. When you guys were dating, how did it all come about? He approached you?
Well, first of all, when I first started working here, I was engaged. I was living with my fiance, about to be married. Like, I wasn't thinking about his ass. No, I was that girl that's like, I will never, ever, 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 never, ever, 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 never, ever, ever, never, ever, 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 never, ever, 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 never date you. Ever. I was that girl, because I was like, I am so in love and we are getting married. And at this time, I'm living with him, my fiance at the time, him, his grandmother. I was very close with his family. So I would just go to work, do what I do, my choreography. I was out. We ended up being really cool because he was like, yo, like, you have a vision. So I feel like I was more than just a choreographer and principal dancer, more of a creative director on what our wardrobe. People don't know. I was in the Bob Mackie program. I do fashion, like literally I sketch, I do real, like I'm not one of them celebrities here, just throw my name on it. Like I was really into it, like going to Merchandise Mart, going to Fashion Week. I love designing. I do interior design. People don't know that. There's so many layers to me. But anyway, I digress. That's how I ended up working with him. People have no idea. Honey Love, met him right after that. But when it came to Summer Bunnies, that's actually me on the cover. There's him sitting in a car and you see this girl's booty with a thong. That's actually me. I'm in the Summer Bunnies video. I did all the choreography for Summer Bunnies. People have no idea that I'm in Thoing Thoing. That's me in the geisha face. That's me with the big wig in front. People have no idea it's me in Happy People. I did the wardrobe. I did the choreography for that.
Why do y'all think this man kept her hidden? Because she's running down everything she did. Y'all, I did not know that he was even married until probably when she did Hollywood Exes. How many of y'all knew this man was married for the most of the part time that you knew him as a singer? Like, who Talk about when you learned this man had a wife. This woman was behind the scene working, sleeves up, dancing, being the choreographer, being a creative person behind ideas, being the model. Like I did not know that she even existed. I did not know she existed. Why is that? Why did we not know she was around for so long? What was happening? What was she doing? What conversations was being said to where she was good with sitting in the background? Let's talk about it. Let me see. Arion said, at this point, I don't want anything to do with the Hollywood and the money games, child. I'm with you on that one. I am with you on that. Angie R, what's up? You said the lady is all about saving face. Okay. She's like, listen, she's saving face. Let's see. Arion, yes, B-Day, that part. Look at me. It's me. Your mom McGowan says she was a well-kept secret. She definitely was a secret, because I'm like, when R. Kelly got married? Child, we about to get back into this interview, but yeah, he had him a whole wife majority of the time that most of us knew him as an artist. Arion says nothing about her is crazy work. Let's get back to the interview. Fair use.
People can go look at Billboard Awards. That is me on stage with him. Every tour he's ever been on, that's me on stage with him. So I really don't feel like I owe anybody a goddamn explanation about me and what I do. But for those who choose not to do the research and they are quick to say, well, she kept the last name. And then people say, well, Tina Turner did too. And they say, well, Tina Turner brought something to the table. You don't even know what I do. You don't even know what my profession is. And at the end of the day, how do I bring a table when I am the table? I don't have to bring anything that I am. At the end of the day, I'm the table. I'm the knife, fork, spoon, plates, food, everything we eating on it, the dessert, the food fight, and the cleanup after. I bought a whole womb. I birthed children. So for women to even say something like that is sad to me, because that means that you totally negate and discount a woman's position as a wife and a mother. That is one of the most selfless jobs you will ever do that you will never get credit for. And because you can't clock what I do, because you haven't done your research, you think it's okay to go on the internet and say, she don't do nothing. Tina Turner did something. The only difference between me and Tina Turner is she sang on the stage with Ike. I danced on one with Robert.
So people have commented that your kids are grown. Why do you still carry R. Kelly's last name? Due to the fact that you know what he's in jail for. Your kids are grown. Girl, you don't need it. How do you feel when people say that?
What you feel? I don't. At the end of the day, I earned this name in blood, sweat, and tears. It's my kid's name. And my analogy is this. When all the shit hit the fan, how would you feel if your name is Brown and your kid's name is Brown and your family goes through something, you tell your kids, oop, you were Brown by yourself, I'm out. I don't want, no. If my kids have to go through it as Kelly, they mama going through it as Kelly. If you had to put up with the bullshit as Kelly, I'm going to make sure that I take the tarnish off this name and you live and celebrate the name Kelly. At the end of the day, people shouldn't be worried about why I kept the last name. They should be worried about what I do with the last name, because the last name Kelly gets 2020 to follow me. The last name Kelly gets me on CNN to talk about domestic violence awareness and be an advocate. The last name Kelly allowed me to go on military bases and talk about abuse. The last name Kelly had me go to universities. And here's the real gag. Boo, if my name wasn't Kelly, you wouldn't even care. My name means more to you than it does to me. Because Miss Jones is going through the same thing I'm going through right now. Miss White is going through it. Miss Anderson is going through it. But y'all don't care about it. Y'all not on her page commenting. You're not trying to be an advocate. You're being nosy. Why? Because my last name is Kelly. So again, you shouldn't worry about why I kept the last name. You should be celebrating what I do with the last name. And there's a lot of y'all out here who's giving y'all kids last name to a baby daddy that don't claim you or the kids.
Jesus. Okay, so B-Day, she done gave her explanation on why she carrying that name. So basically, she's saying that carrying the name Kelly allows for her to have much needed conversations centered around abuse, violence, domestic abuse. She's saying if she was a Brown or somebody just with a name that no one recognized, she wouldn't get the interest of people wanting to know her story or hear what she has to say as it pertains to abuse. So this is her reason. So this is my very first time hearing her speak on why she holds on to the name Kelly. And that's the reason she gives. B-Dot says she's only recognized his name. Drop the last name and we will see. Yeah, she just said, she said, if she did not have his last name, she said these large outlets would not want to sit down and talk with her to hear what she has to say. And what she's saying she has to say is things centered around abuse awareness. That's what she said she got to say. And she like, if her last name was other than Kelly, people would not be interested in hearing her talk about those very things that are going on with regular everyday people who don't have a name for themselves. So therefore, people aren't interested in hearing what they have to say. So that's how she justifies why she keeps the name Kelly, along with she's saying her children has the name. They can't, she's saying, walk away and say, oh, I can't be associated with being a Kelly anymore because my daddy did this, that, and the third. So she's like, well, if they're going to walk around with the name that has that stain on it, I'm going to be in the trenches with them. I ain't finna bail out on them because I got the ability to change my name. This is her explanation. Now, what I have learned recently was that even when she had gotten married, I think they said she got married to somebody briefly after R. Kelly and she didn't change her name. So I don't know a lot about that, but that's what I was hearing, that when she got married again, she did not change her name. And then I think when she divorced the man, she still, continued on as Drea Kelly. So yeah, that's what she said. What's up, Busy Bee? So I'm late. Hey, y'all, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, y'all. Kathleen, let me see. Where am I at? Sue says, well, you would then think that her credit she's accomplished on her own would stand out, you think. So, yes, she accomplished a lot, but Susan, we didn't know. I didn't know until she did this interview that she accomplished any of that. So let's just go back to, if she did accomplish that and she don't have the name Kelly and she's just some random person in the world, I guess what's the chances of somebody wanting to sit down with her to have a conversation with her on a large platform for them to learn about such accomplishments? So I'm hearing what she's saying, what her explanation is. But it also can be argued other reasons why she keep the name. It could be just for clout. So who knows? But there's a lot more still to this interview for you all to kind of take in to help to, form your opinion. Y'all make sure you're completing the survey as you come in because she's going to get into some really deep things. So everything she's saying, just take it in, put a pin in it, and just hear what she has to say. Then after you hear what she has to say, the question will be, do you believe her? So let's get back to the interview. Fair use.
When he started to hit on you romantically, you were in a relationship, you were engaged, you lived with the man and his grandmama child.
Yes,
Okay.
old school, that's outside.
So what happened when you thought like you'd never, ever leave this man you love? So what happened the moment Robert approached you and all of a sudden you two got married, had 3 kids?
Oh, well, 2 things happened because I came home off tour and it was a baby laying on my bed. When I came back to my fiance's house, I was like, what is this? That's the realest looking Cabbage Patch I ever seen. That's a real baby, be real. Who is this? He's like, oh, I got to tell you something. Oh, lies, you ain't got to tell me shit. I'm out. One thing about Dreas, I'm like, the old me we don't even need to have a conversation. This is what you're doing while I'm on tour making money, sending money home for you and mama and grandmama. And listen, what's understood don't need to be explained, player. I'm good.
Your fiance had a baby on you.
And he listen, here's the gag. Not until years later do a DNA test to find out it wasn't even his. I said, nah. That vagina had a revolving door on it and your dumb ass walked through it. You deserve everything you got. But I love him.
You do?
I love him. At that time, that's what I felt. That's what I felt. Like, that's what you get.
So that allowed your heart to be open to someone else.
It did. Because like I said, I'm like, when I'm an Aquarius. When I love you deep. I love you hard. I love good, bad, or indifferent. Let's make it.
B-Day said, yet you stayed. Okay, so right now, B-Day, what she's talking about is the relationship she was in before R. Kelly. So when she met R. Kelly and was on staff as his choreographer, she said she was in a relationship. She had a fiance. So she was working for R. Kelly, going to work, traveling. Fiance back at home. She's sending money, taking care of bills, paying for whatever. She working. She comes back home one day from being out on tour and learns that he made a baby on her. The baby was at their home that they shared together. The baby was laying on the bed and he's like, yeah, I got something to tell you. So that relationship, she listen, common sense was common sensing. She walked away from that relationship, she's saying. She was like, I can't do this. This is what led her to going down the path of R. Kelly and dating basically her boss. But prior to, this was a whole nother man. She left him. He said, okay, I understood. Okay. So yeah, so she left him. The thing is, why the hell you couldn't have all that goddamn discernment and common sense with the Kales? Because she did what she was supposed to do with that relationship. Yeah. Somebody making a baby on you, get the hell on. You got to teach people how to treat you. Listen, I can show you better than I can tell you. That's what she did with him. But she didn't do that with R. Kelly. So that's what I'm saying. We're listening to her. And prior to meeting R. Kelly, and when she tells her stories about her background, she was very strong-minded, very assertive. Like she knew who she was. Like, she's telling her stories, talking about like she was just a little feisty thing, which a lot of times the little ones are the feisty ones. But how do we get from that and you being aware of who you are to getting with a man who then tells you something different? That is what happened. She got with a man who just rewrote her story. He rewrote her story. Kathleen says that she was just happy standing behind him and building him up. Think about it, there's a lot of people, a lot of women in relationships. They do just that. They good. They stay behind the scenes. The man out here doing the absolute most, paying the bills, taking care of home, and they just playing their part with being the dutiful wife and just getting used and abused. So it's a lot of parts to this story, but let's just get back to the interview. But just want to kind of clarify that. So she broke up with her fiance because he made a baby on her while she was on tour working for R. Kelly.
Through it, I'm not one of them people. I'm not concerned about what people do. I'm like, why do you do what you do? Mm-hmm. Let's get to the root. Let's talk about it. Let's figure it out. Let's see if it's something we can work through. But that was just complete foolery. I was like, really? Okay, well, you and your baby mama be happy. I'm going back on this road. And it just opened up a door for him again, because me and Robert were more like best friends, like brother and sister, mama jokes. He loved to play basketball, go with him to play basketball, video shoots when he's working with Michael Jackson. Like, I was always there, his right hand, like, Drea, what do you think about this? Okay, well, how does this sound? I need a word for this. Or, all right, we working on stage and lighting. What are the costumes going to be? Well, you do the auditions, you get the dancers. So I was more of a creative director for him. So every album, like this, me and him, working that thing out. So again, that just opened the door for like, oh, I can't believe he did it. He had a baby on me. There's that shoulder.
Who was he before he first put his hands on you?
Ooh, To be honest, I don't know. I don't know, because you will never know who a real narcissist is.
Was he like love bombing you in the beginning? Like,
oh, love bombing. Like, I remember one time we were going to Europe. And he's like, hey, because everybody called me baby girl back then. I was the youngest on the crew. Like, I was so young, I couldn't even go to the after parties with them. I wasn't even 21 yet. Yeah. And here's another thing that people don't know. They judge me based off of the woman that sits here today, the woman you see on Instagram. Carlos, I met him when I was 19. He was 26, about to be 27. So all the young women that we're talking about today, I was one of the young women. And that's, again, one of those things that people have me so misjudged, that you look at what you see today. Do you remember? You have to go back in time and remember when I met him, how young I was. I wasn't even 21. Couldn't even drink, couldn't even go to a club with him. But that's in my book. We'll talk about Under the Red Carpet, and we'll talk about that too. But no, I don't know if there was really a real way to know who he was. I think most abusive men have a representative because they don't want you to see the monster. Because of course, if you see the monster, you out. And people have to know that. Like, most women, we don't know the difference between a charming man and a cunning man. They look the same. A charming man is going to take you to dinner, buy you flowers, buy you gifts, even tell you how much you remind him of his mama and how much he loves you. And a cunning man's going to do the same thing. The difference is, a man that's trying to charm you and dote on you is a healthy relationship. A man that's cunning, he's trying to get you in the web. He's trying to get your defenses down. He wants to find out where that bruise is on you, so he knows exactly where to push. And for him, he knew my grandfather was abusive. My mother was abusive. He's abusive. So, now we have this kindredship.
So she's basically describing how R. Kelly preyed on her. He saw her, a vulnerable woman. Remember, she ran to him to cry on his shoulder when she learned that her fiance had cheated on her and made a baby on her. He also knew that she came from a family where there was abuse, where her grandfather would abuse the grandmother. He also had his history of abuse. So he preyed on her. She said she was 19 when she got with him. He was 27 going on 28. There was like a 7-year age difference. So keep in mind, as this is a young person getting with a grown man. So as we're talking through it, dang, she couldn't see this or she couldn't see this, but she saw that in the other guy. She was 19 years old, which means she was like right out of high school, right out of high school. She was a baby. So let me see. Welcome you all. Let me see. Try to get through some of these comments. Sue says, I was thinking narcissist, but didn't want to use that word too quickly or freely. That's what she called him. That is what she called him. Arion said, that's what I'm saying, Kathleen. Angel says, I first hear of Drea when she was on the reality show of Ex-Wives of Hollywood, something like that. That's when I came to learn who she was. Hollywood Exes. I think a lot of people came to learn who she was. So she's going to, talk about that amongst other things, in the interview. But young, and Kathleen says naive and young. Yeah. Yep. Addison says, didn't the legal drinking age used to be 18? I don't know. I mean, since I was born in 80, Drea, I don't know how old she is right now, but I don't know when it was 18, but I've always, in my lifetime, my memories go back to the age 21. So I don't know when it changed, if, for her, but she was saying she was too young to even drink. She was 19. That's very young. That's very young. Arion says, I don't remember, but they said that he on his way out soon, but we will see. Oh, Lord Jesus, fix it. Let's get back to the interview. Fair use.
That we both come from abuse. He grew up in a household with abuse. He dealt with illiteracy. People don't know abuse.
And you all, please hit the like button for me. If you haven't hit the like button, do me a solid and hit the like button. It doesn't cost you a thing. Just hit the like button. It just helps me. I'm trying to just circulate all this material, these videos into the algorithm. Yeah, I'm just trying to get off on the right foot as we step into the new year. I'm going to be reacting to just a lot of different content out here, heavy on the mental health, trying to break that down. Also book readings to come. Drea Kelly has a book that's going to be getting released probably first quarter of 2025. So I definitely want to do a reading to see what she has to say in that book, and also, line it up with or see how that book aligns with what we're hearing her say in this interview. So that's another reason why I wanted to review this interview, because I want to hear what she has to say. And I also want to kind of compare it to what she inserts in her book to see if the stories are lining up. Y'all know how we got to do. You got to connect these dots. You got to connect these dots. So please, please, please just hit the like button. That's all I ask. Happy New Year, everyone. Let's get back to this interview.
And illiteracy really go hand in hand, because you're always trying to fight that part of you that people call stupid, that they call dumb. He was not once, not twice, but 3 times. So here we are, 2 broken kids in this world. You add fame, money, and then a record label that don't give 2 about whether you're healthy or not, make the money, cut the albums, and make other people money and us at the same time. So there's no reason for you to get help. We need you to stay as sick as you are, because as sick as you are makes us money. I'm in this web now. So I don't think I've ever known who the true him is. I think I've seen him show up one time, though. And that's when he laid in my lap and cried like a baby about that little boy in him that haunts him, the little boy in him that was, and the little boy who couldn't read, the little boy who could not even look at a street sign and figure out how to get home if he was lost because he couldn't read the signs. And I don't think I've ever seen him since.
So when you were dating him, that's when you uncover that he couldn't read and he was able to confide in you about at least some of that stuff.
Yeah.
And one thing that I do know, just talking to women, is a lot of men who are savvy. And this is a sign that a lot of women should look out for, that men can spot a broken woman and they prey on the broken woman. They can tell when a girl has daddy issues, and it's not anything you sort of like say or, do. It's something men can see and tell. And unfortunately, that's their way of manipulating you, because they know how to take your trauma and make it applicable for their gain, whether it's their gain in like controlling you or whatever the case may be. But I have learned through this process, and that's why I'm so happy, because a lot of people don't know that you were 19. Yeah, 19. And what we know now is preying on younger women, because and preying on women who have issues and trauma and abusive background. So the fact that that was something he saw and preyed upon makes a lot of sense to me, because that is a pattern that we don't talk about.
We don't.
A lot of people, unfortunately, which surprises me, still judge to this day. That would never be me. A man hits me once, I'm out the door. And obviously a lot of women do that, and I'm proud of them. But I'm also proud of women who have been honest to say, until you're in it, you just don't know.
Well, here's the thing, too. People are so miseducated when it comes to domestic violence. The physical is the aftermath of all the other abuse you've already been in. So all these women that say, when he put his hands on me, I'm out the door, he's already been verbally abusive. He's already been emotionally abusive. He's already been probably abusive. He's probably already been financially abusive to you. The physical is the aftermath of all of that. I have to break you down and get your self-esteem so low that you question any and everything about you. I often say it's like cutting down a tree. You don't swing the axe one time at the trunk of a tree and it falls. It's several swings of the axe until you get that trunk so weak and so chipped away that literally you can just blow and it'll.
I want to stop there. She made a great point, as when she said, before it gets to the physical abuse, that the psychological, emotional abuse, that has already started. She is so right. Think about even when it comes to physical abuse and the levels to even the physical abuse before you getting punched. A lot of times it's starting with a slap, right? It starts with a slap. Then it'll, escalate to now it's a punch. It's a kick. Or maybe in the beginning, it'll start with a shove, a push. So it's levels to it. So she's saying before it even gets to him putting his hands on me, I'm gone. He already likely talking to you crazy out the side of his neck, telling you ain't nothing, nobody won't want you, doing all this. He is doing that. She is very right about that. That's when I talk about as far as the signs that people miss. So what she's basically saying without saying is that the signs were there. The signs were there. She just chose to stay. We can continue to have dialogue in this chat about all the reasons as to why she chose to stay. I'm going to say she chose to stay because he became her world, her only support system. A lot of times when you're with an abuser, they will kind of isolate you away from your family, your friends, to where you don't have a support system outside of them. So they create this world to where they have you to believe that you need them, that there's nobody else out there. So if you're not with them, you have nowhere to go. You have no money. You have no resources. Keep in mind, this woman basically worked for him. So he was her husband, he was her kid's father, and he was her employer. Damn, like most women who's probably abused their husband ain't their employer. A lot of them probably got jobs. Some of them might be at home wives, but he was her boss too, child. This man was her everything. Literally, he was her everything. So remember, she got with him at 19. She basically got with her employer at 19 years old. At 19 years old, she hooked up with the boss. With all that she said, I'm wrapping it up in a bow. She hooked up with her boss. She hooked up with her boss, and that's when everything went left. It went left when she started sleeping in the where she worked. Where they say don't use the bathroom where you work, like that whole saying, like that is what she did. There was no boundaries there. So that is something, that she has to own with doing that. But we are taking into an account she was 19 at the time. But that was the first place where she messed up, when she didn't create those boundaries there. And boundaries are so important. She did not create those boundaries. And the moment she allowed for that line from boss to personal to blur, and then it disappeared. And now there is no line. So everything about her life is all engulfed in R. Kelly. That's why I remember about 10 minutes ago in this interview, she named off all the ish that she was doing for him. She was the help. She was the wife. Like literally, she was everything. She was everything to this man. But think about it, a lot of women who be in abusive relationships, a lot of times they are everything to their abuser, to where without them, their abuser wouldn't be ish and wouldn't be able to have the successes and the wins that they got. Let's talk about it. Because when you do your research, and I've looked into it before, married men are more successful than single men. It's the energy that a woman brings into the relationships that has them to be able to be successful, that has them to like he used her for her creative juices. She was the one with all these wonderful ideas, and we didn't even know about her. He getting all the credit and the accolades for her work, for her work. We ain't even knowing, but it's her who's putting in the work. She's putting in the work. She ain't the only one that something like this happened to. This happens all the time. A man will, if you let him, a man will use and abuse you. Y'all, one time I researched and I learned this stat that, do y'all know that married men who are married live longer than men who are not married? Men who are married live longer than men who are not married. So let's break that down as to why. Well, let's start with the woman is typically the person in the home, that she's the nurturer. She's making sure it get done, that doctor's appointments are being made, that you're going to the doctors, that you're dealing with anything that seems to be off. If you're saying you don't feel good, she's pushing you, but you need to go get that checked out. You need to go get that checked out. That's why these men are able to live longer, because of the works that the women are putting in with making sure that they're going to handle their business. The minute that relationship breaks away and that woman isn't there and that man is left by themselves, who is there doing all that for them? It ain't nobody. They ain't doing it for themselves. They ain't doing it for themselves. That's why the life expectancy goes down, because they don't have her. They don't have an Andrea. They don't have a Kathleen, an Arion, a Fifi, a Yvonne. They're saying, look, go get checked out. Go get checked out. You know you ain't been feeling good for a minute. You need to go get checked out. That's why their life expectancy go down. So when you have an abuser, they know what you bring to the table, but Lord forbid them ever letting you know the value that you really do bring. That's why you got to know your value. Because when you dealing with a narcissist and abuser, that's the last thing they going to do is let you know that you smarter than them, or that you the reason why ish is what it is on the level that it is. Because as we will learn in this interview with what she said, the roles that she played in this relationship, he was winning on the level that he was because of what she was doing. He was doing it on her back. He was doing it because of her. She was the one with all the ideas. That woman wasn't lying when she named off all the stuff she did and she said you can go watch videos or whatever. You ain't got to make that stuff up. I believe it because I know it happens in so many relationships where a woman will be used and abused and not appreciated in a way that she should be appreciated. They'll discount what she brings to the table. That's why the self-esteem is so real, because people will have you to believe that you ain't worth nothing. You ain't got no value. No telling what this man was telling her while she up at night trying to figure out the next moves they finna be damn doing in a Step in the Name of Love video at the concert on the stage. So we have to be careful with who we align ourselves with and what type of words that they're speaking onto us, because words, there's so much power in words. There's so much power in words. Let me get through some of these comments before we get back to this. Yvonne McGow said he was an energy vampire. Exactly. How many of y'all have ever encountered those where you encounter somebody where they want to suck the life and the energy out of you? They don't want to give you credit for what you bring into the table. They know that you the reason why ish popping off, but they ain't trying to give you credit to acknowledge that. Sue says, I agree with that part. She was creative in the arrangement. Yes. A lot of times women, that's what we bring into relationships. Like we're just natural when it comes to that. It's our energy. We bring that energy. That is why a man wants to align himself with us. That's why men who are smart enough to know all this, guess what they go do? They go get a wife. Businessmen go get a wife. Name any successful businessman that's high up, that's handling a business, and they ain't got a wife. They don't have somebody by their side. Smart men recognize what a woman brings to the table. And the smart man is going to take care of that woman, because guess what? He don't want her to walk out that door, because he knows that it's that good energy, that good juju that she brings that he cannot provide himself. A smart man knows that. That's why businessmen are married. Businessmen that's doing it, they are married. Businessmen are married. When you know what they say, when you know, you know. And I know. And R. Kelly knew. Andrea in that moment, during that time, she didn't know. She didn't know her value. She knew all the work she was doing, but she didn't know the value of it all. VP says, that's gracious and kind of you that for him taking care of your schedule to outside of that for him. Let me see. VP says, please read the book and you would talk differently about Drea. Which book, VP? Well, welcome. Which book? I know she got a book. I don't think it's been released. So which book are you referring to? Anna says, Anna South Topic, we're disappointing you for your support and giving that judge over there. Everyone knows that she lied about FBI visiting residents and even donated the GoFundMe. Y'all, when I say I have moved on to greener pastures, when you know, you know. When you know, you know. Yvonne McGowan says marriage is more beneficial for a man. You can say that part. Arion says, Sheik, please get R. Kelly book too. The title is in the chat. Okay. All right. I'll look into that. Vicky says, when you have low self-esteem, you stick in bad situations, relationships, because you don't think you deserve better. Yes. I mean, all of that. That's why you have to know when to hold them and when to fold them. And one thing your girl gonna do is I know when to hold them, when to fold them. I know how to pick my battles. I understand when something serves me, when it's not. And there are some people who struggle with identifying that. And those who struggle with identifying that tend to have struggles in general in their life. You got to know when to bail out, when to move on, because people, things will suck the life out of you. And it's up to you to not allow that happen, regardless of how somebody may feel about how you move. F them. F them. You move based off of what is best for you, not what the next person thinks. What's best for you? What's best for yours? What's best for your family? Nothing else matters. That is what's most important. And that's just in any situation, in anybody's life, myself included. I'm always going to do what's best for me. That's just how I move. Whoever the hell ain't figured that out yet. You clearly ain't been taking the right notes in my class, because everything I do what's best for me, and I move accordingly based off of what's going to be best for me. I know when to hold them and to fold them. Exhibit A, tonight's live, doing a reaction on this interview, talking about abuse and pointing out the signs on when it's time to hold them and fold them, when it's time to check out, move around, do something different. There are a lot of people who get stuck in that and don't know when to leave, when to get up, get your purse, and get gone. What is the point? The definition of insanity is to continue to do the same thing over and over again and expecting something different. That's the definition of insanity, and that's not what I promote over here. When something isn't serving you, when it's no longer serving you, guess what? You move around. And guess what? Your exit does not always need to be announced. Action speaks louder than words. When people don't see you anymore, that is an indication that what? You've moved around. You don't always have to speak, use your words, you don't have to vocally be a keyboard thug. Move around, do something different. Always remember that, honor students. But let's get back into the interview.
Fall over. That's the true cycle of abuse. So most of these women that say, oh, I would never, as soon as he put his hand, how many times has he called you a dumb bitch? How many times have you asked this man to pay a bill in the house and he tell you don't question him about the money, where it come from, what? You don't even realize you're in a toxic relationship. And I advocate for women to be educated on what that looks like. Relationships are one of two ways. A healthy relationships are good days with bad moments. Toxic relationships are bad days with good moments. Most of you all are having bad days with good moments, and you want to claim that it's a healthy relationship. You don't even know you're in something toxic. And 9 times out of 10, you have been somehow exposed to it in your life. Like for me, it was my grandfather. It wasn't so much what my grandfather did that changed me. It's what my grandmother didn't do that changed me, because I accepted he was a monster. It was the fact she got up the next day and made that man breakfast like nothing ever happened.
Because you saw your grandfather, your grandmother.
He was her, not hitting her, literally taking her head on the glass pane of the door. And I hear something going, I come down the stairs, and this is all in my book. And I look, and it is my grandfather against the glass pane door telling her, Nell, I'll knock out of you. First of all, I'm like, you's a cussing pastor, and you's like, what is this?
And you were how old?
I had to be maybe 6 or 7. So that seed was planted in me. And that's why I'm like, yes, I'm very misunderstood, because y'all judge something you don't know. I say we're all trees. We're branch, leaf, fruit, root. You have to know what's at the root of your tree to know why you bear the fruit that you do. What was at the root of my tree was abuse. The fruit of my tree was being in an abusive relationship. But y'all want to judge the branches. Y'all don't know the journey. You have no idea. I grew up with an abusive mother. My mom is a narcissist also. So when she would get angry, she would often hit her face. So I grew up never thinking I was beautiful. I still deal with that to this day. So when people come up to me and they say things like, "Oh, you're really pretty in person," or "Oh, you're much prettier in person," they have no idea how deep that goes for me. Because you have to think, if someone strikes you in your face, this is what you present to the world. This is the first thing that people see. So if your mother, the person who's supposed to love you the most, protect you, her go-to is the thing that you present to the world, that means you see nothing beautiful in me. You see no value in me. And you could not possibly love me to in my face. And I'm not talking like, "Oh, be quiet." I mean, with every inch of hate that woman could muster. So the way I grew up was to not love myself, to not think I'm worthy, and to feel that there's no escape from this. Because not only is it my grandfather, it's my mother. Now it's my husband. So that's why I'm in the place that I am today. Fuck y'all. With a capital F. Because you have no idea what it's like to go from being an abuser to an abused 19-year-old with a man who has this much power, and you're being abused by him, and you have nowhere to go and no money to even do it with.
And you talk about this in your book too.
So as I said, she didn't have anything on her own, money, resources, family. She came from abuse. So keeping that in mind, her getting with him at 19 and all of that, I can see how someone at that point, as far as in their life can stay in something so toxic. That's why it makes a difference on just what type of family, what type of background people come from. Because a lot of times people come from abusive backgrounds where they saw abuse or they were abused, and they wind up getting in relationships that mimic what they were already previously exposed to. As she talked about seeing granddaddy hitting on, grandma, how her mother physically abused her. Now her man is doing the same thing to her. So, it just makes a difference to where what our children are being exposed to. And that's something that we have to be mindful of, as far as any of us who have young people or people in our lives, impressionable people in our lives who are watching how we move, what we do, and what we say. We have to keep that in mind, because actions, as I say, action speaks louder than words. So if they're seeing mama, grandmama, auntie getting hit on, getting beat, guess what? In their mind, they're thinking that, well, this is the way it's supposed to be. This is normal. So when it shows up in their life, they're thinking like, well, I mean, I've seen it before. It's just my turn. It's just my turn. It's just my turn. So it's very unfortunate. And this deals with mental illness, mental health. Her mental health was not intact. Her mental health was not intact when she got with him. Even though it's like she was coming off as being confident, it seems like she had a lot of fight in her that was rooted from trauma. So that's why she had the don't start none, won't be none type energy, because she had already experienced abuse herself. So it's almost like anybody can get it. I didn't already have to deal with it with my mama. I done seen granddaddy putting his hands on grandma. So B, if you trying to listen, if you trying to step to me, I got something for you. It was rooted in just pain. That's where it comes from. It's very deep. It's very deep. So what she's saying a lot of things. That's the story of like a lot of women who have been in abusive situations to where they cannot identify a way out. The fortunate ones eventually identify a way out and survive it. But guess what? A lot of them don't even survive it when they do try to leave. How many stories or headlines have you read where someone tried to leave, and that's when, child, they no longer here with us. They no longer here with us because they tried to leave. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. That's why it's just so important to recognize early on what the signs are for abuse before it even gets to levels of them putting their hands on you, or you feel like you don't have anywhere to go. Pay attention. How is this person talking to you? Are they talking crazy to you? Are they talking down to you? Are they isolating you from your family, from your friends? Are they trying to be your only sole provider to remove your resources to where you don't have access to the keys to get in a car and drive? You don't have access to the bank account. You only have the monies in your pocket that they give you each day. You have to pay attention to things like this, because these are those signs that the relationship is not going in the right direction. These are the signs where you need to go ahead and plan your exit, your great escape, I call it. You need to plan your great escape. Welcome, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Happy New Year. Kathleen says she had a mother hunger. Karen says, I just joined, but I see that the start of the abuse of your mother and you never get over it. Looks like for her story, that's where hers began. Kathleen says the author of Mother Hunger reads from her book. So enlightening. So enlightening. Sue says the most dangerous time to exit DV is when you truly decide to leave. And a lot of times when women do decide to leave, they've been in those relationships for a long time. A lot of times it's years. But it is very true. That's a lot. A lot of people don't survive it when they finally get the courage to leave. And a lot of times those women have children with these abusive people. Kathleen says absolutely starts with the mother figure in our small lives. Yeah. Thank you for that. Those are all great points. Welcome, everyone. Good evening. Please like the video, like, share, subscribe. Let's get back to this interview. Drea Kelly speaking with Carlos King about her toxic relationship with R. Kelly. Fair use.
First of all, my heart goes out to you, obviously. And that's the reason why I want to talk to you, Drea, because you would think in 2024, with all of the information that's out there, that people judge women who go through this. There's unfortunately a lot of people who look at Cassie and Puff situation and they say, girl, please, you stayed in it for so long. You got the benefit of going to the Met Gala, these parties and all this stuff. And I'm like, do y'all not understand? And you may not know this, and I'm shaking right now. She too was 19 when she met Puff.
Most women in abusive relationships are young when they meet their abusers. What do you know about life? And then you meet this man in a position of power, and people don't understand. It's just not a Cassie going against Puff. The web is so big. It's not just him. You got to think, if your homeboy will knock somebody out in a club with everybody watching, what will he do to me in secret? People don't think about that. You have the money to make me disappear. That type of fear that you live under alone, if you will beat me within an inch of my life, and you are who you are and you're not afraid to do it, you don't think every day in the back of my head, I'm not thinking, this man could really get away with it, because he has all these people who are willing to either take the rap for him, do it for him, cover up what he's doing. Why? Because they all benefit from it. At the end of the day, this is so much bigger than my ex. This is bigger than an R. Kelly. This is bigger than a Puff. This is so much bigger than what people understand. There's this vicious web. And you have them, the celebrity who's in the middle. But on the outside, you got the A&Ms who, for $5,000, his homeboy's still living in the hood. That means my mama could eat. My kids could eat. I could possibly get in a new car. Yeah, I'll take $5,000 and do whatever you ask me to do. No problem. I have nothing to lose. Then you have the executives around them. You make us money. You write for other artists. When you write for other artists, they make us money. We need you to keep writing. We need you to keep being who you are. And people don't understand. It doesn't even stop with the executives. Everybody gets paid off of our abusers being who they are. I'm going to give you a scenario. A concert, okay? When R. Kelly or a Puffy does a boy concert, do y'all not realize even the people in ballet who are valeting cars are getting paid? The people who are selling t-shirts at the concerts are getting paid. The people who are selling hot dogs and beers are getting paid. The sound, light, and stage guys are getting paid. The truck drivers are getting paid. The people who came to the concert, who spent their money and got their hair done and bought new outfits and babysitters, they are even benefiting from it. I'm the lowest on the goddamn totem pole. I'm the least of those executives' work. Why? Because him being him allows all these people to get paid. And at the end of the day, this is how they feel about us. Bitch, shut up. Because when you talk, everybody's money. And people are so uneducated that they don't even think beyond that. They think, oh, it's a money grab. That's all the men understand. Their money allows them to do what they do. So then when a woman speaks a language that they understand, shout out to Cassie. Oh, now it's a money grab. Let me tell you something. These men can always make more money, but these women, the Michelles, the Keke Palmer, they can never make more time. I will never get that time back. I will never get those tears back. I will never get the broken ribs, the dislocated shoulders, the hairline. I will never be able to undo that. And all you got to do is do a press conference and put out another album and make more money.
When you are a powerful man and you are an abuser, there's a machine protecting you.
Yes.
And there's a machine covering things up. And oh my gosh, it's hit me. And obviously, here you are, a petite woman. A tiny thing. And you expect me, Drea Kelly, to expose this machine. Because it's one thing to tell the world R. Kelly hit me and he financially abused you. Because you talk about this in your book too, that the abuse wasn't always just physical.
No.
It was,
yes.
It was those are other forms of abuse. If you, this woman, right, dare to speak and unravel this billion-dollar operation.
But again, it's a language that you understand.
Yeah.
You use your money to control, to manipulate, to embarrass sometimes. And what's so ironic, a lot of things that people don't know about me, meeting him at 19, I had an order of protection against him. I had a restraining order. If you go back and look, Matt Lauder, MTV News, this is public record, mind you. So when people are like, why is she coming forward now? No, I came forward a long time ago. Y'all chose not to listen. Being in court, and the irony of even that situation that I put in my book, how dare my grandfather is the person who took me to court to get the order of protection.
Your grandfather, the same one who abused her grandma.
My grandmother, how are you going to be like, well, let me take you down? Because he was politically connected. Okay, so religion and politics, he got people on his side that even now, when I look back at my grandmother's life, what was she going to do? You're a pastor.
So think about as she's talking about the systems that is in place. It sounds very familiar with Cassie's story when, remember we all saw the video where she tried to escape from the hotel. Diddy chased her down the hallway. We came to learn that that video, like Diddy paid for that video to basically go away. So therefore, it wouldn't be reported to the authorities for what he did. You see the systems that are in place to protect people. So do you all think that all that she explained as it pertains to R. Kelly, that type of thing was not in place for her as well, that made it hard for her to exit? Just want to kind of throw that out there because what she's saying is making sense. Power, what they say, money talks. And when people have power, influence, all the things that you don't got, hell, we didn't even know of her existence. So we know she wasn't running around with nobody power. So, because we didn't even know who she was, first of all. But here it is, this man who the world knows is, as she said, he has a dollar sign over his head. So who the hell finna get in the way and back her story to bring down that? Because a lot of people are eating because of him. They eating the security job, the security that works for him. Hell, they eating because of him. The lawyers who work for him, they eating because of him. So if you get rid of him, think about how many paychecks that is going to impact by getting rid of him. So they like, Drea, you'll be all right. Go get that ice pack and put it on your head. Go get you some Tylenol, some Motrin. You'll be all right. You and the kids, y'all go to the zoo. You'll be all right. It makes it so easy for that to be said, because it's just like, he's important. He's the prize. You're not. Go sit down. You're going to mess it up for all of us. So it's fine. You be okay. You ain't the first and you ain't going to be the last person that go through this. There's been other ones who's experienced this and who survived before you. Like, girl, if you don't go sit down somewhere before you make me fight you while you trying to mess up this bag for everybody, that is what she's describing. That is what the world she was in. So remember, she didn't have no job or no resources on her own to go get to it herself. She relying on whatever he allowed for her to have access to, which was whatever he put in her pocket. Y'all, it is so deep to where I always say, remember, on any of my platforms, I say, listen to somebody's story. Because a lot of times it's so easy for us to be on the outside and we form opinions and we all talk about it, we kiki about it, but we haven't talked to the source to listen to what they got to say to justify or rationalize what it is that we're seeing. Listen to their story. Right now, we're listening to her story. And based off of this story, it's not one that doesn't align with many other people who have been abused. There's nothing about her story that's unique or special that makes her different. Her story just is linked to R. Kelly. Cassie's story was linked to Diddy. Miss Smith's story was linked to Bob Smith. You see, there's a lot of people who deal with this same very thing. She's just happened to be aligned with a celebrity, so we're listening to her story. But remember, her grandmama had a story too. Who couch was her grandma being invited to tell her story? Her grandmama wasn't invited to nobody couch to tell her story. Andrea, she said she keeps the last name, as I said, because nobody ain't gonna know her, be paying attention to her without the Kelly name. You're right. Nobody ain't gonna pay attention to her without the Kelly name, just like nobody paid attention to grandmama. Nobody paid attention to grandmama. Like I said, Cassie, even as it come to Diddy, she wasn't even the only one who had bad experiences with him. She wasn't the only one that had bad experience with him. I personally believe that the reason why her story even magnified to the level that it did is because of what she looked like. It makes a difference. Sometimes it makes a difference on who's telling the story and what they look like. If it's somebody who's deemed as a preference, oh no, you don't. You can do that to these ones over here, the sisters, but you can't do that to them. You can't do that one to these over here. Like, think about it. Cassie's story. There's a lot of people who have said things about at different points of time about people in the industry, but Cassie's story took off. Why? Does Cassie look different than a lot of these other people who had a story at some point that they came out talking about and it didn't make big news, or people started questioning, oh, they just lying or whatever? It makes a difference. Also, Cassie also had a name. Cassie had a name. We knew who Cassie wasn't hidden behind closed doors like Drea was. We didn't even know who this woman was until many of us didn't know who she was until the celebrity exes. We all knew who Cassie was. So Cassie was this preference that was also a celebrity herself, saying these bad things are happening to me at the hand of this man, this black man. Cassie ain't no black woman. So this black man looking like the big bad wolf putting his hands on this non-black woman who's also a celebrity. So it makes a difference, y'all, on who's telling the story. It makes a difference. It is what it is. Listen, I just call a thing a thing. It is what it is. It makes a difference on who's telling the story. Who's telling the story? Cassie was the one to tell the story. And because she was Cassie and she looked the way she did, it took off, because that's Keisha could have been telling that story. Y'all think that story would have took off if it was Keisha talking about this man did this, and that? Y'all know the world would have drugged Keisha. Y'all know the world would have drugged Keisha. Girl, if you don't go sit down somewhere, why you was there anyway? Y'all know it would have been a whole different type of energy. It is what it is. It is what it is. This woman on the screen right now, her story ain't unique. She just was married to a celebrity, so therefore it garners her the attention to be invited into places, to sit on platforms, to tell her story. And remember, she said that's part of why she keeps the name. Listen, I'm just listening to what the hell she's saying and trying to put this together. That's all I'm doing. That's all I can do. So I want to bring that out here to y'all so y'all can, try to form y'all opinions too, because this woman her story ain't sounding crazy. That's why I'm not on this. I ain't believe, like, there's nothing about her story she's been telling that sound like crazy, far-fetched. Like, nah, these are her stories, the stories that we heard other people tell. She just connected to a celebrity. She's connected to a celebrity. Karen says she does recognize all the abuse from everyone, hopefully rise above it and gotten help. Yvonne McGowan says that part. Karen says she really explains this well. Arion says she's just like Kim, staying too long. Yes. It's a such thing as staying too long. And a lot of times people stay too long because of the resources they are operating from lack. And that's even your everyday woman, because these men, they get the women in these situations to where they're needing them. They got to depend on them. And then y'all don't let them bring some kids into the situation. They really feeling like they stuck like Chuck. And you, next thing you know, these years are passing, more babies are popping out. So you really feeling like, oh my God, I really feel stuck. Where am I going to go? Where am I going to go with these kids? And y'all know that crazy man threatened them, saying, you better not go nowhere, run off with my kids. Because y'all know it takes the abuse to a whole nother level when you done gave that fool some kids. You done gave that fool some kids. Now he want to act like them kids, his world, his everything. Even though he all upside the mama head, you talking about trying to leave with his all. Like he ready to end it all. Don't let you talk about trying to take his kids nowhere. Y'all done seen it. Soon as that woman start talking about leaving, he tries to use, that's playing mind games, use the kids against you as though it's about his kids. It ain't about the kids. It's the control. And he knows mama is connected to the kids. So if he threatens you and say, don't do this, this, and this as it pertains to the kids, he feels like he has a better chance of holding you and having you to continue to do whatever it is that he wants you to do. It's fear, narcissistic behavior, as Drea Kelly said. It's all of that. It's all of that, y'all. You just got to peep game. You got to peep game. B-Dot said, great point. You got to be able to peep game. B-Dot says that's true. Then you can have a better understanding. Listen to folks' story. I challenge you to do that as we go into 2025. Take the time to listen to somebody's story. Sit in the realm of less judgment, because even for myself, y'all, I just got just plans for myself as I move into 2025, just how I want to even just cover content. I want to come from a place more from understanding. I want to lean more on that versus the criticism part. I want to come from a place of understanding, because everybody got a story. We all got a story, but everybody's story hasn't been heard. Everybody got a story. Karen says she makes us see now how they can't escape money and power, especially if you don't have resources of your own. No, that's why it's important for us women who like to always keep some type of independence. Don't get in a situation to where you're connecting and linking up with someone and then they know that basically you're their everything and you can't do nothing without them. It's a dangerous position to be in. And I know just from people who I know who have been in those situations, it's not a good feeling to know that you can't just up and move and do what you want to do when you want to do, how you can't do that on your own because you're dependent on another person. I do not ever want to feel like that is my situation. Y'all know I've been married for a billion years, over 20 years. I still have by choice chosen to still have a certain level of inner independence. Within a relationship, you call it interdependence, which means that even though I am married, I still have a level of independence of things that I can do where I don't require my husband. You want to be that way. You want to feel like you have your own resources. You have control of your own mind. Just because you're married to somebody in a relationship, it doesn't mean that you have to relinquish who you are and the essence of who you are. Anybody that try to tell you or convince you of that, they are MF lie. That is not what it's about. You still can be true to who you are within a relationship, no matter how many years you've been with that person. And what happens in these relationships where there's abuse and it goes left, these women lose themselves. A lot of times they come into the relationship thinking they know themselves, because I truly believe that Drea went into the relationship thinking she knew herself. But she wasn't solid in that, because if she was solid in that, R. Kelly wouldn't have been able to take over and transform her the way that he did. But she was 19 also. So we have to keep that in mind. You're still developing when you're 19. That's why it makes a difference on the mindset, the type of person you align with. And it's funny, she talked about 19. I got with my husband. I started dating him at 19 before a couple of months before I turned 20. He was also an older man, but guess what? It makes a difference on what type of man you encounter. Because my husband could have easily ended up being an older man who had an agenda, who was preying on me, who had the motive to take control over me. But that wasn't my story. But that's the story of a lot of women like Drea Kelly. So it makes a difference. It makes a difference. It makes a difference. It's unfortunate. And I think that had she had a better relationship, just even with her mama, that could have possibly even made a difference on her even choosing to enter into a relationship with R. Kelly, because she would have had her mother around to help her and maybe even help her see the signs of somebody who's not for you. Like, it makes a difference, y'all, the circle you keep and having people near and close who care about you, who can peep game and pay attention to those things that maybe you're missing. That's why for ladies, it's good to have trusted men in your lives, men who knows when something ain't right, because they a man where they be like, he ain't on the up and up, That is what my husband has been able to do for just women just within my family, my sisters, his cousin, where he is a man. With our nieces, he's a man. He knows when, that I don't know. I'm gonna keep an eye on him, because a man knows another man just like a woman knows the nature of another woman. So ladies, keep that in mind. Identify somebody in your life, a male who you can trust, who can tell you and give you an opinion, or who you feel comfortable introducing someone to, so they can give you their honest opinion on what they think of this man, because they will tell you. But a lot of y'all ladies, y'all don't want to know the truth. Y'all just want to be goddamn in la la land, be in love, whatever you want to call it. And you don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it. But guess what? Hearing it could save your life. Hearing it could save your life. Hearing it can save your life, y'all. It ain't about, put your pride to the side. Sometimes you got to be open to hearing that feedback. You listen, it can save your life. Arion says, yes, Sheik, move different 2025. Shit, I'm going to show you better than I can tell you. I know that. I'm an action person. I can show you better than I can tell you. Y'all, one thing, anybody who knows about me and what some of you may have come to know about me, I'm very action oriented. I don't talk about it. I be about it. So you might not see me out here saying a whole lot in all these different places, but I speak up when I need to. I speak up when I need to, and I guarantee you, when I am talking, I'm talking some shit. I'm talking some real talk. I'm talking some talk that even you can benefit from. I'm talking some real stuff. I'm talking some stuff with substance. Y'all, this is how I got to where I am in life. You got to be able to move with discernment. You got to be able to move with discernment. You got to be able to identify when it's time to move around, when it's time to let things go, when something is no longer serving you. There are things that I've identified in 2024 that is no longer serving me. So guess what? Me being me, I'm choosing to move different and to do other things. That's what smart people do. That's why I call us the honor students. That's why we move in the way we move over here. Smart people read the room. Smart people know, oh, this is getting funky. I got to go. I can't do this. I ain't finna F up the brand. I ain't finna F up the brand for nobody, because when your issue's effed up, then people who contributed to effing it up, they ain't there to pick up the pieces when it's gone. You there. That's your life. That is your life. So people gonna get enough of being worried about what all these other people are saying or feeling about them because of how they move. You got to do what's best for you. And one thing about she gonna always do what's best for her. I don't know what to tell you if you ain't here with how I'm moving. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Too bad Drea couldn't have that same energy for R. Kelly, because I damn sure got that energy. I've always had that energy. I ain't nothing ever been abused over here, if you can't tell, because I know who I am and I know when it's time to move around. And I recognize foolishness early on. I know the signs. So I'm not finna be no repeat, nothing. You ain't finna be getting over me. All these, no, that's not how I roll. And that's how I have wins. That's all I know. And that's what I come on here to teach you all. You got to know when to move around, when to let things go and move on to greener pastures, because those are the winners, the ones who knows when to move around. And your girl knows when to move around. If I don't know nothing else, I know how to move around. I can show you better than I can tell you. Y'all keep watching. Yvonne says, never good to be codependent on anyone, period. Dreas says, a better understanding of a person can provide you with more clarity on how to move or stay away from them. All of that. Sue says, also in your profession sheet, you have a code of ethics that you have to adhere to. So with me, you're right. With if I were to be in the field of counseling, yes, I would have a code of ethics that I would have to adhere to. I am not working in the field at this time, but I do have the educational background to be able to work in the field. So yes, it would be a code of ethics that I would be expected to adhere to. Dreas says, Arion, Sheik's moves with class and grace. Some people have to leave them where they are. I appreciate that, B-Day. At least somebody know been goddamn taking notes, because some folks show up to class, but I don't know what they're doing when they be in class. Some people still haven't figured it out, ain't figured me out, but that's okay, because keep watching. I can show you better than I can tell you. I'm going to always show you. And my showing you is going to be through my actions. It's not words. I move. It's my actions. When you see I'm quiet on something or I'm not in certain spaces, that means that Sheik had got the hell on. I done moved on. I've moved on. It's about using discernment. That is what smart people do. You know when it's time to exit. That is the rule of with this interview we're watching. Andrea didn't know when to leave. She stayed, and it became so late in the game to where it made it harder for her to leave. And that's what happens with toxicity. You can stay in it for so long, it's hard to get out. There's so many people who's in this whirlwind of this toxicness, and they don't even know how to exit it. They don't even know how to get out because they're just in a whirlwind. That's not me, because early on I pay attention to the signs and I be like, you know what? This ain't it. It's time for me to move around. And I can do that without having to get co-signage from somebody else. Long as my other half, my husband, is good and supports what I do, that is all that matters. But a lot of people don't have nobody else close to them like I do to support them when they're trying to move on for the better. But they have plenty of people in their world, in their life, who supporting the nonsense. You see, it makes a difference on the type of community you have and who you circled around. It makes a difference, y'all. And I promise you it makes a difference. Karen says, if these stars pick young girls in 19 and so, they know they can control them. All of that. B-Dot says, Sheik, you don't have to prove anything to anyone. Thank you for that. I don't feel like I do. That's why I do what I do. As I say, you find your tribe, you find your vibe, and that's what it's about. That's how I've been moving, and that's how I will continue to move. Sheik gonna always do her. I'ma always do me. Arion says, everyone stay grounded this year. Peace over mess. I like it. Peace over mess. B-Dot says, I choose to move differently. I seen and saw and moved away from that. I say smart people do that. I always say, you know, smart people, we ask questions, we move differently, we move around. Remember on the last live I did, I said, if it's not serving you, move around. Identify the things that are serving you and the ones that aren't. The things that are not serving you, move around. Do not take it into 2025. Do not. It's bad energy. If it's not serving you, if it's not making you feel warm and fuzzy, it is time to move around. That is what smart people do. That's what smart people do. All I can speak on is what the smart people do. I know because I'm smart as hell. I know how I move, and I know how other people in my life who are also smart move. Smart people recognize when things are no longer serving them, and guess what? They move around and do something different. Why? To get a different result. Y'all, this shit ain't that deep. I always be saying it ain't that deep. It's real basic and simple. Y'all let me know this shit is basic and simple. It is not hard to move around. It's easier to get your and go than to be stand and just be infiltrated in the madness. To me, it's easier for me. It's always been easier for me to be like, gotta go. Y'all remember that scene in Color Purple when Miss Sophia, she slapped the hell out that her husband's side chick or whatever, and the man on the bed said, gotta go. That is chic. Y'all think I ain't saying gotta go? Oh, I been said gots to go. 2025 can't get, y'all see I got these shows lined up. That is my gotta go. It's nothing to do with fear. It's about discernment and recognizing when something no longer serves you, when it's time to move around. When it's time to move around. Anybody want to know, Sheik, what's the secret to your wins? Moving around, knowing when to hold them, when to fold them. Period. Period. Y'all, it's real basic. I mean, I be trying to tell y'all. Kathleen says, Arion, yes, for sure. No thief will steal my peace. B-Dot says, Sheik moves just like that. And I love it. Oh my God. You said they are failing the class. Y'all know I've been on here teaching for a very long time. And you guys, it's people, they failing. I don't know what to tell you. I show up. I say, y'all, honor students, you here? And clearly, but all I know how to do is just show you by action. I come out here, I speak things to you, but even if you just watch how I move, you see like, damn, she walking like she talking, you know, she move around. That's it, shit. Y'all better learn something. Y'all better learn something. I'm not going to lead you the wrong way. Anybody who ever listens to me, I'm not going to lead you the wrong way. I don't talk about anything that I don't apply to my own life. I promise y'all, I apply these things to my life. That's why my energy is what it is. That's why it's very different here, because it's how I move. And I'm telling you all the logic behind how I move. This is how I move in all aspects of my life. Busy B says that Kathleen, try to toggle the chart filter in the top right, the corner to switch all the messages to see what works. Okay. Y'all working it out in the chat. B-Dot say you better speak. She rides up. Yeah, so Yvonne McGowan says positive energy 2025. For real, for real. Sue says, and many may stay in who they feel are in their tribe too long. Once we recognize, then we make the choice to move on. Our movement is not based on pressure from others, and some don't know our journey. Yes, you move off of just discernment, how you feel. Any movement or anything that I do is based off of how I feel. I always say, if it don't make you feel warm and fuzzy and you're no longer feeling good about what you're doing and you're not feeling like it's making a difference, you move, you do something different. That's all, you know. So my thing is, hell, people choose to still do what they do. That's your business. But what I'm not in acceptance of is you coming into my space trying to dictate how I move. Because guess what? I don't do. I don't go into anyone else's space dictating how they move. I don't do that. There's no other content creator out here who can say I've ever come into their space and dictated and told them how they should move. That's not what I do. But I will tell you on each and every live how I move. That's all I can do, because remember I say you can't control other people. You can only control yourself. And a lot of times people have a lot of stuff going on, but they're not recognizing how they really have more control than what they believe they do. It's starting with you. How are you moving? Are you doing things differently that's resulting in a different response or reaction from people? That's the accountability piece. That's how I move over here, y'all. That's how I've always moved in life and on YouTube. And it's been working for me. So I'm going to continue to do that as I go into 2025. And I'm going to do it on a whole different kind of level. So listen, I could show you better than I could tell you. But let's get back to this. Thank you all for joining. Please like the video, like, share, subscribe. Let's get back to this interview with Drea Kelly and Carlos King, as Drea talks about her toxic marriage with R. Kelly.
You're well respected in your community. You're politically connected, which means you're connected to judges. You're connected to police. And I did not even get to see that in real time till he took me down to the circuit court in Chicago and everybody he knew. And I was thinking, oh my God, my grandmother didn't stand a chance. And here he is with his cape on trying to save me. I'm like, okay, whatever. Let's just go. Now, in the order of protection, if you look at it, you will see where the judge crossed out, because I was like, he could see his kids, whatever. Just let me. The judge was like, absolutely not. He's to have no contact with his children, no contact with you. You are not going back. They then, Jive Records, puts out a comment on my behalf. Now, mind you, you have to think, this is the height of his career. You're working with people like Celine Dion, Madonna, Janet Jackson, Ron Isley, like the cream of the crop, Michael Jackson. Do y'all honestly just use common sense, ladies and gentlemen? Do you honestly think that the label in the machine were like, Drea, go in peace. We love you. Go, be free. Spread your wings. Anything you need, we're here to support you. Hell no. That goal was shut her up quickly. They put out that statement on my behalf. I did not. And to have the audacity for his attorney to say they went through a spat, you diminished my abuse and my order of protection and restraining order down to a spat. If that does not show people what women like me are up against, so no. And when there's small children involved, it's a thank God Cassie did not have any children. I often tell people,
told y'all,
you're horrified at that video that you saw.
A whole nother level.
Imagine that video and she's pregnant trying to get away. Imagine that video, she's pregnant with a toddler in a car seat trying to get away. But y'all quick to tell women just leave. Do you see how hard that was for her to do it alone? Could you imagine what that's like with children in tow? And you're just trying to think, how do I get away? And then what you don't realize, even if you make it to the elevator, like me, even if you make it out the gate, I don't know how many of your goons, how many of your boys, your paid security are waiting just to take me right back. I don't know who in this hotel you paid to be like, and when she get downstairs, bring her ass right back, because you've done it before.
That happened to you before?
Several times.
You tried to escape and...
Listen, he's had off-duty police officers be security. That's why when I say, when I put out that I was putting my book out under the red carpet, I got a lot of flack for it. Because people's like, oh, now she want to write this tell-all. Now she want to, the man is already in jail. First of all, y'all give him too much damn credit. This book is not about him. It's about my life. There's more to me than him. I'm a survivor. I'm a warrior. I want to make sure women know how do I survive surviving? Because y'all in social media, that's one of the main reasons why women don't come forward. And Black women, I hate to say it, y'all are some of the most vicious, feminine, spitting. They have come at me the most. And here I am thinking, these women are speaking and no one's listening. Maybe if I come forward as the wife, I can give some validity to these stories of these women that I've never met. How is it our lives are parallel and we've never met each other? I cannot not say anything. And at this point, people don't realize I'm putting my life on the line. Okay? If they want to make this disappear, it's very easy to do. Because again, I will be made out to look like, oh, she's just the jaded wife who wanted money and she ain't get money no more. And then you have women actually say things like that on social media. Y'all are more of an advocate for him and do more of his work than he will ever do. Because y'all allow his lies to be true and y'all give life to it.
Because one time you did say something about stream his music. You wanted, you weren't happy that his music was taken off because you said like his publishing and the royalties from it.
So she talked about, remember I talked about, you know, with comparison of Cassie, and she came out with her story and how it kind of took off. And I really feel like it made a lot of difference of who it was, who the messenger was, as far as it being Cassie, somebody of another, you know, ethnic group, non-Black. She was a celebrity herself. And it just seemed like the energy that people gave to hearing what she had to say was different than energy that we've maybe given collectively, you know, Black women, we've given to other Black women who've come out and maybe made, you know, similar accusations about a person. Bida said, I disagree with that women can be vicious. So Bida, are you saying women aren't vicious when you say you disagree that they can? Because she was saying she got most of the heat from Black women. I believe that. That's always the talk that I just hear, just being into content creation on YouTube a lot. Black women go at each other more than anybody. Like we will, we don't be fighting, y'all. Y'all know we don't be fighting against other groups of people like the Latina girls or white girls. Y'all, we be fighting against ourselves. Look at what's going on right now. Black women fight against other Black women. Our fight is against one another. It's almost like sisters in the household, your sibling, you fighting against your sister all the time versus you and your sister coming together and fighting against the neighbors or the kids next door. The more of the fighting is taking place in the house amongst the family. And it's just unfortunate that that is how it is within just the Black community. So I definitely don't think she lying about that as far as with people coming for her in her comments and it being Black women and them coming to the defense of R. Kelly, who is a Black man. Because Black women, the Black woman will hold a Black man down no matter what. As we talk about, you know, these stories of the abuse or whatever. The one thing about us Black women, we are loyal sometimes to a fault. We will hold you down. We will still hold our Black men down because guess what? I know for me as a Black woman, my justification with holding the Black men down is I got Black sons. They're, you know, one of my oldest is 19. He's a Black man. I have a 16-year-old Black son. I'm married to a Black man. I have a brother who's a Black man. I have an uncle. So it's so easy for us to just have this sense of loyalty to want to hold them down is because they're in our family. They're in our family. So when somebody comes for them, we're ready to defend them. But we don't really a lot of times have that same energy with one another when it comes to our fellow sisters. And I don't know if it's just what it's rooted in, if it's just jealousy, competition, but we don't back and support one another, I feel, in a way that we will back and support our Black men. So that's what I just kind of wanted to add to that, to her comment that she made. Let me see. Let's get into the comments. Hey, Laura. Welcome, Laura Sashik. She is lucky she is alive to tell her story. She is. She's very lucky because how many of us know someone's story to where they did not survive it. They didn't survive it. You know, they tried to leave and then they life ended shortly after. Or if you don't know anyone personal, how many times have you heard that story just come across the news? Let me see. Bida said, women as a whole, I think we are more open and expressive. Yeah, we are. We're very open and expressive. I tend to find for me, from my experience, just looking at, listening to people's feedbacks on things and their comments, I tend to find that women, Black women, from my experience, from what I've come to see, are more open and understanding when it comes to the Black man than the fellow Black woman. I feel like we give Black men more passes for nonsense than we do for Black women. That's just, when I read, because I'm a person, I like to read the comments on just different content that I listen to. And when it's something that, say, a Black woman supposedly did or whatever, Black women will just go hard on them. But I notice, like, if it's something, say, if it was something like a Black man did, like, think about it. Let's use this as an example. Bede, are you familiar with the content creator Derek Jackson and how he has these videos and he sits in his car and he talks to women about signs to look for men who do not serve you, for just men who just aren't the type of men you should want to be with in a relationship. Meanwhile, remember, just like R. Kelly, we didn't know this fool was even married for a very long time. We did not know he was married. At least I didn't. And from the comments, a lot of people did not know that this man was married until some woman busted him out because she was a side chick and she got mad, whatever, and she just told all the business. I think she might have shared told Tasha K the business. I don't know. It made its way to doggone Diddy's internet, and we knew all that man's business. We knew all his business, but that man still got what, 600,000-700,000 subscribers. Black women didn't stop messing with him as a collective. I never followed him. He would come up, in my recommendations, so I knew who he was. But I never had an opinion of him or followed. He was just another content creator out there. I just wasn't interested with the content. I mean, I'm a married woman. It just, maybe just because of my relationship status, it just didn't grab my attention. And I really believe a lot of the women who do follow him, whose attention he grabbed, there are women who are still trying to be chosen. There are women who are not married. There are women who are still looking for their person. So when people are still kind of seeking something, they'll hold on to every little thing that maybe gem that they may feel somebody has that can help them get whatever it is that they want, whether that's, a boyfriend, a husband, a baby daddy, whatever it is. So this man was speaking music to their ears. But even when they came to learn that he was that same toxic man that he warned them against, the wife came on camera in her beret. Y'all remember, it was a whole show centered around that. People did not stop following him. He still has a lot of followers. You can go look him up now. That man has 600,000+. Last time I looked, I think it was 600,000+ followers. He lost a little few, but nothing that was life-changing that impacted his brand on the level to where it messed with his pockets. Them numbers still long. He still will put out. I'll still see little things that he put out. You still see, women making, comments about his content. In regards to whatever he might have said that day in the car. So that's the example I'm talking about, where even though he showed up in the way that he did, women still collective, because I'm sure y'all, again, as I give y'all the tea about content creation in our studio, we can see who our demographics is, whether we got mostly men or mostly women. The last I checked, it's been a minute since I checked, mine was like half and half. But sometimes some content creators, you can tell by the way they speak, you can tell if they probably got a lot of male followers or if they got a lot of women followers. I'm pretty sure, I know, I bet some money on it. That man got majority women followers. I bet you probably in the 90s, it's probably 95% women who follow him, because what they call it, pandering, he speaks, it's music to their ears. So a lot of times people or women, they just want to hear what they want to hear, and they want to just put the blinders on the reality of the situation. So that goes into what I say, Bede, where we'll give a pass easier to the Black man than the Black woman. We not, people drag like a lot of Sukihana ain't getting no passes out here collectively by the Black woman. Who around here saying sweet things about Sukihana? Ain't nobody saying sweet things about Sukihana. Ain't nobody saying sweet things about her. But Derek Jackson still got this big following, and you ain't seeing women having whole think pieces like that on that level about Derek Jackson. You're not hearing that. The numbers talk. You can look at his following and tell. That's going to tell you the numbers don't lie. The numbers do not lie. That's all I'm going to say. The numbers don't lie. He still got them numbers. He's still doing numbers. But they say, I do numbers. Derrick Jackson does numbers. B-Dot, you know I ain't lying. Derrick do numbers. He do numbers for the car. He do numbers behind that steering wheel. Oh my goodness. You forgot about him. Yes, but I'm going to remind you, he's still out there talking to them women who single, desperate, wanting somebody real, real bad. And he's telling them what they want to hear. So they listening. That's what I'm talking about. But the woman ain't going to get no pass like that. So that's what, Dreas said. They coming at me, but it ain't the same type of energy from that black woman that's going at R. Kelly for the stuff that he's locked up for doing. He's been tried and convicted. So we ain't even talking no alleged stuff with R. Kelly. I bet you R. Kelly got way more women followers, women supporters than Drea could ever have. Iman says, not really men, just don't follow him. Not really men, just don't follow him like that. Yeah, men don't like him because men had already called and clocked him already and knew that he was pandering. Because remember, I say, ladies, align yourself with a man, a trusted man in your life who can tell you about the game. Because what they say, game recognize game. These men out here recognize what he was doing. They're men. A lot of they recognize it. They recognize it. So they ain't never liked him. So when everything broke and came out, any man that had a platform was on this. I told y'all, that man wasn't lying. No man was ever for him because they knew he was foolish. They know. Just like us men know. They know. Just like as Drea telling her story on this platform, and I'm able to tell that this ain't no fabricated stuff because her story is just like so many other women's stories. It's nothing unique. I'm a woman, so I know as she's speaking that the stuff that she says isn't far-fetched. It makes sense because there's so many other women who have had similar stories when it has come to abuse, not having money, resources, having kids, it being hard as hell to get out. You dealing with somebody who not only they a celebrity, but they got a machine behind them. So you got the judges, you got the police, you got attorneys, you got doctors, you got CEOs over hotels where they can control footage being out. Like this little woman, what she say, 5'4", 5'3", 120 pounds, going up against all of that. Are you surprised? Are you surprised that it took as long as it did for her to finally break free? Y'all, we ain't even got through her story. I might try to speed up this interview because I really want you all to take in everything that she has to say because she breaks a lot of things down. Laura says, I sometimes see men calling men simps. That's what that's pandering is another word they use where they'll see men saying or doing whatever that they know that's going to be music to that woman's ears. You have men who make money off of that, where they've created platforms to where they tell women all these sweet nothings and they not being real and honest and truthful with them. And the women, they just following and holding on to every word they're saying. Meanwhile, these very men are the same toxic men that this man is warning them to stay away from. Like when Derrick Jackson did that ish, I ain't never seen nothing like it. But the fact that man wasn't canceled and he was still able to get on then Beyonce's internet, that's now Diddy's internet, that was just like the knife, in the coffin, where I see that women truly just want to hear nice things. They want, they don't care what you're doing. It's about, what are you telling me? Because that was a true example of that. B-Dot says, I have 5 brothers and they keep me informed. That's what it's about. That is what it's about. And that's a blessing that you have that. I got 2 boys and 1 girl. So that's an advantage that she'll have with having 2 brothers. I have a brother. He's like 6 years younger than me. So I didn't really have that as an advantage of having someone to talk to me. I'm the oldest of 4 kids. So I didn't have anybody kicking game to me. I pretty much had to just learn through life experiences. So I was the oldest, and then of 4 children and 3. So it's 3 of us girls and 1 boy. So everybody don't have somebody in their life that can really teach them things on certain levels. So really, my mom, that was pretty much the only person I pretty much had to kind of, any little game that I did come to learn was just me watching her, how she moved. One thing, remember I say I know when to hold them and to fold them, but they say she get it from her mama. That is what I learned from my mom. I know when it's time to bail out. I know when it's time to leave, when something is no longer serving me. I know what it means when it's a such thing as staying too long. Those are the things that I learned from my mom. So I didn't have a male figure in my life to learn any of these things from, but she, being a single mom, most of the years of her raising children, I just learned from her situation. So some of the things, so I applied it, whether it was the good or the bad. I learned, okay, yeah, I can do this, or no, not to do that. You know what I'm saying? Life's a lesson. You just pay attention. You take notes. You take notes and you apply it, and you use that information accordingly. Everything don't apply for everybody, but you take out whatever it is that you're seeing, you're hearing, and you, what they say, get the meat, you spit out the bones, whatever applies to you, you use it. You use it. You don't have to experience everything for yourself. Sometimes you can learn just from somebody else's situation. That's why I like to react on content like this, or just even other content creators' content, because we can learn a lot by just how someone's moving, what not to do. It's lessons that we learn from these things. We're learning tonight, just even from Drea, what it looks like to stay too long, what it looks like to be solely dependent on a man to where you done lost yourself. You don't even know who you are. You ain't got nothing for yourself or your babies. So this is what it looks like. So ladies, hold on to your always have some type of independence, whether you're married or single, in a relationship. Always hold on to some level of independence, so you don't ever feel like you have to stay in something that is no longer serving you. Do not be in that situation. Encourage your daughters, your children to not be in that situation. Encourage them to develop themselves, to learn a trade, to get their education, so they do not ever have to feel like they have to depend on someone else for survival. You do not want to be in a situation where you have to be with someone out of necessity, out of need. That's anybody. That is just not a good place to be in. You want to be with somebody because that's just truly who you want to be with. You love them. It's not because regardless on how they treat you, you can't go nowhere. That's not what you want. That is not what you want, because please believe that abuser, they gonna treat you just like that and let you know every day that they got one up on you, and that they got the keys to your life, your success, your world. They gonna let you know, just like this man let her know. Just like he let her know. Sue says, out of necessity will trap you every time. When you know, you know. When you know, you know. So let's get back. I'm gonna probably let me speed up. I'm gonna speed up this interview some, because I really want to get through it. It's a really good interview. So let's take it to 125. Fair use. Happy New Year, everybody. Come on in, like, share, and subscribe.
You got that's how
You paid his child support.
That's how he was able to pay child support.
Yeah.
So when you made that comment, like, no, stream it, that's because you're like, I need this money in order to.
But not only that, because again, he's two people. There's the persona and the person. The persona is R. Kelly. I was married to the person, Robert Kelly. The persona, even God's word says, gifts are given without repentance. So I don't hate on his gift. His music and the genius that he is, it's in my kids. My kids do music. They play multiple instruments. They write, they produce, they master, they sing, they act, they dance. It's like the both of us and these three people. So I celebrate his talent, because that's from God. That's not even his talent. God is letting you borrow it. Now, what you do with it, whether you taint it, you use it to abuse, that is on you. So I'm never going to sit up here and say, oh, well, I can. Amazing artist. But let's be real too. People not going to like this. I've said it before, and you can scrunch up your nose and feel how you feel. But at the end of the day, he didn't have a Grammy before he met me, and I haven't had one since I've been gone. Let that sink in. The Bible says a man that finds a wife finds a good thing. So at the time that he's getting nominated for Grammys, when he's writing things like I Believe I Can Fly, Step in the Name of Love, Happy People, he has a wife. He has children at home. Every other album after that, people's like, I mean, it's all right. Why? Because the influence behind. I'm at home making sure that it's a beautiful home, a happy home, praying, taking care of the kids. People don't realize how many birthday parties you do alone as the wife. Parent-teacher conferences you do alone as a wife. Going to plays, picking the kids up, dropping the kids off, having dinners alone. Because you know, okay, they're out being a persona. I have to be mommy and daddy right now. I have to hold this house together. But I'm also an influence in your music. So I'm done letting people take that away from me. I know what I brought to the table. I influenced his music in such a way that God said, your wife that I said is a good thing is such a good thing. You're going to get Grammys behind her being present in your life.
What they say, a man who finds a man who finds a wife finds a good thing. He had a good thing in her. She just named out all the things, all the ways she showed up for him. She made a great point. R. Kelly is a persona. She was married to the person. And sometimes we get lost in with our favorite celebrities and we hear about certain things about them and we just don't want to believe it because they can sing good, they can dance good. What that got to do with the price of tea in China? That is their job. That is not who they are as a person. She was married to Robert Kelly. We know R. Kelly. Clearly, those are two different people. Those are two different people. And remember, I said that all these things that she was doing, she said that he ain't got a Grammy since they parted ways. His best music came out when she was with him. That speaks volumes. He knew that. A man knows the value of a woman, but a toxic man is not going to let it be known to you women that you bring value to him in the way that you do. He's not going to do that. It's his ego. It's his ego, the toxic man's ego or the narcissistic man's ego. But a real man gonna let you know what you bring to him. And another thing I'm gonna let y'all know, ladies, we always hear all this talk about what you bring to the table. I'm the table. Let me let y'all know, I've been married over 20 years. That ain't conversations that people who have been married for 15, 20 years. We don't have those kind of conversations. That's internet talk. Real life people do not have conversations. I assure you, people are not going on dates and having that as a conversation piece. What are you bringing to the table? Are you that is not a talking point. That is internet content. When a man and a woman find each other, they find a good thing within one another. It's no competition. And people who are in real solid relationships knows that. That's why a lot of these talking points when it comes to relationships, I shake my head and I laugh and I'm like, this is crazy. You can tell these people aren't in relationships because this is not even the conversations that people in relationships have. Come on, somebody. Y'all better talk to some real ones who are in these relationships. This is internet content stuff. 90% of these conversations that people are having on this internet pertaining to relationships, people in real life are not having these type of conversations. I never had a conversation with my husband in almost 25 years over who the prize. Where the hell let's talk about who the prize. Never has that come up because when you find a good thing, you both look at one another as the prize because you got no good men out here, Dare Jackson, and you got some no good women out here. So when two people are fortunate enough to come across one another and they both are good people and they loving on one another, they both have won a prize. That's the conversation that people in real life are having. And this is coming from somebody in real life who got a solid situation. So be careful, y'all, on these people who y'all running around listening to with this content. Because as Dreas said, when people ask her about what bringing to the table, and she looking at them like they crazy because she knows better. This woman was married to this man pre the whole internet. She did. I think they were together maybe almost like 10 years. So she knows that is not a talking point in a relationship because it's understood of what one another brings to this table. She knew that as a woman, what she brought to them, she was the homemaker. She took care of the home. She took care of the children. She made sure that he looked good as R. Kelly, making sure that he had the best work put out there, made sure that his dancers, everything was on top notch. Hence why he was winning all then awards. That is what she did. But the thing about it, in real relationships, we're not the husband and the wife, because we ain't talking about no boyfriend and girlfriend now, y'all. I'm talking about husband and wife. Husband and wife are not having conversations about who did what, who's the most value. These aren't conversations we are having, you all. We're not having these conversations. Y'all want to know what conversations we are having? The conversations we are having is, okay, what's going on with these kids? What we about to do? What's for dinner? What we going on vacation? Okay, what them grades looking like? Jason Gray, he need to get them grades up. All right, then. Okay, well, I'm ready to change my job. Okay, babe, I'll support you. Yeah, let's get another job. We having real life conversations. Stuff that I don't hear none of these content creators as they be having these platforms and they talk about these things. These aren't things that people in real life are talking about. So y'all be mindful of what you're listening to. Keep in mind, we're content creators. A lot of people are just coming up with stuff just to talk about it. And some people who don't know better, they're getting caught up in all of that, thinking that this is real life stuff that they got to think about because they done seen some panel with a bunch of men sitting talking about how often you cooking and cleaning and doing this and that. Let me tell y'all, the average household today in a relationship with a husband and a wife, both the wife and the husband work. Guess what that means? The wife and the husband are sharing responsibilities. But you know what? On these platforms, you're not hearing people or these men talk about it being like that. They talking about, how we need to be the wife, the woman doing all of this or the man doing all this. This is in most relationships, y'all, the way that one another show up in the family, it's like split in the middle because it takes teamwork. What? To make the dream work. It takes teamwork to make the dream work. That's how you get 20 plus years when you understand that, when you know it's not about one person being expected to do this, the other person being expected to do that. It's about identifying the role you play in that relationship, doing your part. And if it is a certain area that you mostly handle, the other person knowing when to step in and help out if they need to. It's teamwork. It's not about, okay, he got to take care of all of this, even though he may not have all the resources at the time to take care of all this, or she got to do all of this over here, even though she work a job just like me, but she technically the woman. So because she the woman, she should be the one bathing the kids and cooking. This ain't how this shit, this ain't how, listen, y'all. Let me go ahead and put myself on this camera. This ain't how the shit work. This ain't how it work, y'all. It's not how it work. It's not how it works. It's all lies and propaganda. It's lies and propaganda. It's lies and propaganda. You do what you got to do to keep the ship going. Some moments, one person may have more on their plate that they're doing than the other. It always changes. The mission is to keep the ship going. The mission is to keep the roof over the head. The mission is to keep all the children's needs taken care of. To get as much of the wants as possible for everybody. That is the mission. And where people are failing is that they don't have they're not in sync with one another. They're not aligned. They don't understand the assignment. So one person thinking assignment is this thing, and then one person thinking assignment is this. What we doing? What we doing? How we not on the same page? But then at the same time, we supposed to be raising these kids, but we can't even get on the same page. Y'all see what I'm saying? So these think pieces they be having and these tours they be having and they getting on stage and these women in the audience who desperately want these men and want a husband or whatever. And they asking these men on stage who half of them ain't even married or in a relationship. And these women generally want some answers. They talking to the wrong people. That's the thing. People are talking to the wrong people. That's the big problem. People, you're not talking to the people who have what it is that you're seeking, what it is that you want. You're talking to people who just talk a good game and just have a answer versus the answer. That's why I don't talk about relationship stuff anymore in this space, because I did it before and I came to learn people don't really want to know the answer. They don't want that. They just want someone to tell them something that has them to not have to put work in. They want someone to tell them, like, "Y'all, you just got to show up and look fine and sexy. You just got to put it out." Like they just want somebody to tell them that, to tell them, "Listen, you don't need to do nothing. You don't need to do nothing. You good." That's what they want to hear. That ain't reality. That is not reality. What they say, anything worth having, you got to put the work in. Anything worth having is not going to come easy. You got to put the work in. You work at it. And that's the missing piece that I don't hear people talk about on the platforms. They got life twisted. They think they know and they don't know. They talking to the wrong people. And like I said, most of these people who they talk to are married, because guess what? The stats of our community, most of us aren't even married. So there you go right there. You know, most of the people they talk to ain't married, because the last I knew within our community, maybe 30% of us, I don't even know if the number is that high, is even married. But I know we have the fewer people married within our community, Black community, than any other group of people. So here it is, the non-married people talking to the other non-married people on what it's going to take for them to get married. How, Sway? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. You got to be careful who you listening to, y'all. That's all I'm saying. You got to be careful who you listening to. B.I. says, I cook and he washes the dishes. We are a team. That is what it's about. When you know, but ain't nobody preaching that. B.I., if you go on somebody's panel and talk that talk, they'll drag you, and hell, me too. When we say how it is and swear up and down, we ain't doing our part. Meanwhile, I'd have been married damn longer than, I'm sure, than all of them. Most people who got couples content, I've been married longer than them, but they will be the ones who would try to tell me how my situation, it ain't right, even though I'm living proof that it works, but it's not going into their narrative. You got to be careful, you all, on who you listening to. Listen, the messenger. Who's the messenger? Who is the messenger? Sue says, and it's not easy. No, it's work. You work at it. Vida says, if I'm wrong, if he's wrong, we check each other. That is what it's about. But according to these platforms, Vida, we always wrong. We just need to shut up. We need to shut up. We ain't got no opinion. You sit there, you be cute, you put out like that, all of that. And you and I both know that ain't how it works. And that ain't how it really is in the real world. Arion say, yes, teamwork makes the dream work. When you know, you know. When you know, you know. Sue says, taking responsibility and accountability. Yes. Bida says, it's a job. He makes me better as I make him better as well. Yeah. It's a job. Like it's a job. It's your lifestyle. It's what you do, and you don't think anything of it because you already know the recipe for success. The recipe for success is to work together as a team, and that aligns with communication. Anytime I talk to someone, if they be like, "What's the secret?" Communication is going to be your number one. That's first and foremost, because before you can get to working together as a team, it's going to start with communication. You have to communicate to learn of whether or not what you want out of life, if what you want, your goals, your desire, do they align? And you got a lot of people out here who don't align with one another. So already, you down for the count. You already down for the count. Sue says, no one person has the answers to relationship. No, but that ain't what these relationship panels are saying. Laura says, illusions and expectations in marriage, but reality hits after the honeymoon. Some just want a wedding. Oh, you can say that again, Laura. A lot of people just want the wedding. And I can already a lot of times tell those relationships when I see them and they about to get married for when it's just the wedding, because I know the work that it takes. And I can already tell if I see that there's a breakdown in communication with couples prior to getting married, already can tell that it's not going to work, because that's the key to any successful relationship. It's communication. And if you cannot communicate to one another, if you cannot communicate effectively to one another, where you're hearing one another out, you're open for their feedback, their constructive criticism. If you ain't got none of that popping off, then you're doomed, because you need that in order to get big numbers when it comes to marriages. That's why a lot of marriages don't work, because the communication, there's no communication. Ain't nobody trying to hear what nobody trying to say. Everybody got all the answers. Ain't nobody hearing nobody. And that's why the divorce numbers are what they are. Bida says, looks can disappear, but love stays. Yeah. Yep, looks fade. But that's why, when you see people who get with people for superficial reasons, I know then too, those relationships aren't going to work, because I know over time people change. No one's going to continue to still look the same way they looked when they got with that person. You may still be attracted to one another over the years, but you're not going to look the same way. You're going to change, but the love that you have for one another will have you to still desire and be attracted to and want to be with that person, because it was never built on the physical anyway. That was just a bonus, it was just a bonus. Sue says, I agree, Sheik. Be careful who you listen to. You got to. Bida said, that's okay. I have the prize and so does he. That's the way you look at it. That's the only way I know to look at it. That is the way healthy couples look at it. You look at one another as the prize. Busy B says, I don't watch any of those channels, but as an unmarried woman, if I were to listen to anything, I would prefer it be from a couple that has been married and doing the work to maintain that marriage. Yes, that's common sense. But there's so many people who don't listen to those people. They would rather listen to people who situation is just like theirs. I can't listen, child. I don't know how many classes I would have to take to even try to be able to understand that. Because for the life of me, I cannot understand how people are running around listening to people talk about something and acquiring something that they ain't even got. Like, how you around here listening to these people get these relationship advice, and they're openly saying, I ain't married. I ain't never been married. I really don't know if I want to get married, but these are the people you listening to. Good luck with that. I said 2024 has tested us both. We stand together. Yes, you go through some things. You live long enough, you go through some things, and that's what makes you grow stronger together, because you experience things in life and it just bonds you. It bonds you. Like all of that, it makes a difference. When you know. Sue says the wedding with many is all about the fanfare. Yes, they always say the wedding is for other people. The wedding is for other people. It's not for the bride and groom. It's for the other people. So y'all ever heard a thing they say, with the more money you spend on the wedding and the more money that go on the ring, the faster it ends? The faster it ends. How many of you all may know people who didn't even have a wedding, who went to a courthouse, got married, and they stayed married far longer than those who you knew that spent out the money for a wedding? I'm an example of that. I went to the courthouse 20 years ago, over 20 years ago. But I know people who went and put out all the money for the wedding, and it was done in 4 to 6 years or less. So listen, people be focused on the wrong things. I said, my parents were married for over 60 years. The example was set. It makes a difference. It makes a difference. It makes a difference. It makes a difference. So seek out examples, talk to them, talk to people who have the very thing that you desire. That's what smart people do. Listen, over here, I tell y'all what smart people do. That's why we the honor students. That's why we the honor students, because I'm going to lead you to the water. It's up to you if you want to drink. I'm going to lead you to the water. It's up to you if you want to drink. BZB says, I've heard that, and it seems to ring true from everyone that I know. Sue says, that's why I made that statement. The fanfare is for the guests. Yeah. What's up, Brat Babe? Say, hey, ladies, been busy with fam. Hope everyone has a happy and safe new year. Saying to you, happy new year, Brat Baby. Bida says, we in class with class. Yes, you learn. Each one teach one. But y'all, let's get back to this interview. So far, like I said, it's a lot of good information in this interview. We are learning a lot about Drea Kelly, and many lessons to learn from this. Like, share, subscribe. Let's get it. Fair use.
Ask, has he ever had another one? So people get it so misconstrued because they don't know me. So when I'm talking about the music, I'm also celebrating the part of me that gave birth to some of his music. When you think of when a woman's fed up, she was born and raised right out of Chicago. Some of the best cooking you ever had. I lived in Aurora. I was born and raised in Chicago, but I grew up in Bolingbrook and Aurora. Half on the Baby's about my daughter, Ja. In the kitchen. And the list can go on and on and on. Baby, baby, baby. You are not alone. The list goes on and on and on. So when people see me dancing or happy about music, it's not about just him. I celebrate the influence I had on a moment in history that will never be repeated. But people want to take that away from me. They want to call it arrogance. But at the end of the day, if I don't build me up, if I don't celebrate me, if I'm okay, listen, if I got to take all of the falls, the bruises, the bumps, the rumors being talked about, I then can't celebrate on the opposite side just to stay sane. Just to say, you know what? You did put some good in this world, Drea. You did bring some good to that marriage. You didn't deserve anything that happened to you. You didn't. You were good to that man. You were an amazing wife. You were an amazing mother. But nobody in the world wants to give me credit for that. So I do it for myself. So you can call it what you want to. Like I said, you can call it what you want to. You can call it arrogant. I call it being proud. I call it being a survivor. I call it looking back now and being like, wow, how did you get up, make breakfast for that man after he would you so that he could have the sustenance and the energy to go in the studio to write the hits that he wrote and still be a mother to his children.
How were you able to reconcile the two even today? Because first of all, I'm really intrigued by this. And that's the reason why I'm glad we're talking, because when it comes to abuse, everybody's situation is different, but there's so many commonalities in it. So obviously you inspired a lot of the greatest songs he's ever recorded that we're now learning you were the inspiration for some of these greatest hits, right? When you were dealing with being his wife in the home, obviously being abused and everything we laid out earlier, how are you able to reconcile, like, I'm aware that Robert Kelly is the monster who did these horrible things to me, but in my healing, right, I'm now able to say, okay, the man, the myth, the legend, R. Kelly. There's Robert here, there's R. Kelly here. I'm now able, as a healed woman, to celebrate the music in which I inspired. How are you able to reconcile those two?
My kids. They love Trapped in the Closet. My kids know it word for word, verse for verse, backward and forward. They love their dad's music. They are him. So when I look at them, when they sit down and my son will play a key and he'll be like, I like that, Mom. Or to see my daughter Ja go in and lay a beat, or my son playing on his congos, I'm just like, yo, these are things that they did not go to school for. My daughter Ja, literally, I bought her first piano. She had a little keyboard and she was like, Mama, look what I learned. And started playing. I was like, how did you learn that? I went on YouTube and watched them do it. Honey, you are your daddy's child. Buku, her ability to write. She does not sit down and write her song. It's very rare if she ever does. And it's more of a journaling. She can go in the booth just like her dad and just boop a song from top to bottom. My son, Robert Jr., sounds just like, it's scary. I can close my eyes and hear my son sing in the house. Every riff, every cadence sound just like his dad. So I have the best part of him, his children, and his children are musically inclined. So I celebrate like, wow, he gave them babies that gift of music. They couldn't run away from it if they wanted to. So I can reconcile with that. People don't even know the choreography, step, step, side to side, round and round, dip it back, actually was a dance Joanne did in the kitchen with her dad. He played the song one day and she was like, okay, Daddy, no, you got to do this. Okay, you got to go step, step, side, side. And then when the song said round and round, you got to go around, around. I'm gonna go down and you go to that. So the video that people want to claim resurfaced, it didn't resurface. You went and looked for it, but that's another show. Yeah, she's singing and she in the car with her baby daddy, her new baby. First of all, it's Joel, my kid's godfather. That's why I call him baby daddy. Is my best friend. Somebody done said I'm in the car with my new man listening to music of my ex. I'm like, where do y'all pull from? Like, y'all make y'all mind and just decide to type it without fact checking. So I was talking about the fact that you can feel what you feel. That is fine. But don't come on here with the foolishness, because you will get read for filth. Because at the end of the day, no matter what happens, it happened to my family, not you. So you don't have that right. And that's just some hood law. Let's be real. Your mama could be a crackhead all day long. Let somebody walk up and be like, yo, crackhead mama, you probably gonna knock all their teeth down their throat. Whether she's a crackhead or not, that's hood law. But again, people want to feel how they feel about me. They want to read deeper than they need to. And the honest to God truth is, y'all mad about something that's truth. That is a part of my family forever. It's my kid's father. My daughter Buku now has a son. That's my grandbaby's grandfather. And he will be the great-grandfather and the great-great-great-grandfather. There's no disconnecting that. Why are y'all mad at me? Because I've reconciled with that and I'm at peace. Because here's the thing. If I'm not at peace, I need to get over it. When I am in peace, the line never happened. I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. So I don't give a damn and do me.
If you're not at peace, you need to get over it. But when you are at peace,
it never happened. She lied. She made it
yeah.
up. It's not that serious.
And I think what we need to really encourage for women who have suffered through abusive relationships is allow the woman to heal not only in her own time, but in her own way. This healing may not work for you, and that's fine. If you've been through a situation.
Right.
Because that's the thing. I one thing about me, I never judge anyone's situation that I have never experienced. So I never understood, especially when it comes to like you probably, let's have a real conversation. You are probably number one that I can think of, and I could be wrong, but I can't think of anybody but you in this moment. Of all the women who we've known have been abused, I would say you are number one who get the most negative flack.
I do.
And I don't understand. I don't know if it's because you are a jovial, happy person and you're healed. And instead of celebrating you being healed, instead of celebrating you being at peace in your situation, you get a lot of shade for it. And I don't know where that comes from. And I think it's quite sad.
You know, the Bible says a disciple finds no peace in his own home. I've just accepted it, that this is what I'm called to. And everybody's not going to be, yay, Drea. But I'm like, Kanye, I'm for who I'm for. I don't have time to be wasted on peaches_23 with your synthetic discounted lace front talking about me. I need to focus on the women who need my help. I need to focus on the voiceless so I can be a voice for them. I need to focus on the powerless so I can show them how do you get your power. What I think people hate most, especially as a Black woman, is I can be arrogant in my greatness and you don't like it.
I have an aha moment.
You don't like the fact that I have no problem telling you to your face, I'm the reason he has Grammys. I'm the reason his children are who they are. I'm the reason he was learning to read. You don't like it. You don't.
If you were bitter, would they like you more?
If I was bitter, if I was broken, if I was sad, they'd be like, oh, child, I know, honey. Well, keep praying. God gonna deliver you. You're pissed that God delivered me. You're mad that I can honestly sit here with confidence. First of all, you don't like it in Black women anyway.
So what she's saying is trauma bond. Black women would be more here for her if she was down and out and she was sitting in having a victimist mindset. And, I call it trauma bonding. If they were able to trauma bond with her and say, oh, child, he ain't no good. That happened to me. Like, that's trauma bond. Where she said that's not how she moves. She kind of, she has her head up, she's not in that toxic situation now. She recognizes who she is and she's standing on business. She's smiling, she looks good up there, and she's just not looking busted and disgusted, beat down. And sometimes, unfortunately, women want to see you look that way because that's how they view themselves. So they want to see you look the way they look. They want to see you move the way they move. That's why it's like, it's the energy. Like attracts like. It's the negative energy. It feeds off of other negative energy. And she's saying she's choosing to not sit in negative energy. She's choosing to move around in a different space, and people are not here for that. I get it. I understand it. Sometimes everybody not here for how you move. But as she say, she don't give a F. Because you got to get to that place when you don't care what somebody's thinking about you, when you moving in your own truth, the way you see fit for you and yours. And it's not enough people out here who really feel like they can do that. They feel like they got to move in a way that's going to make other people feel comfortable versus moving in a way in which they see fit for them, moving away from something. Because negativity gets a lot of attention. It gets more attention than positivity. And with the negativity, you're going to find more people that gravitate to you, that feel like they can relate to you more when you're giving out and talking about the negative versus the positive. So when people recognize that, sometimes people will sit in the negativity because they know that's when people show up. People show up for me when it's about the negativity more so when it's about the positivity. And what happens, so what people will have to realize or accept that, okay, that is the case, but I'm good with that. And I'm okay where I'm going to just still choose to be positive, even though I'm not going to have as many cheerleaders in my corner. Even though I may not have as many supporters. Even though it may not result in me earning as much money. Sometimes you got to, what they say, sometimes you got to lose in order to win. So you may lose because you ain't got that whole support system you once had, but think about what that support system was built on. Was that support system built on positivity, or was that support system built on negativity? So when you recognize what it was built on and you choose and say, you know, I want the positive, guess what? You good with having fewer people at the cookouts, fewer people showing up to watch you perform, fewer people showing up to support you. You're good with that because you know that you're going in the right direction. You know you're going in the right direction, and that's what it's about. That's what it's about. Brad Baby said, I think this is just a distraction from the underage foolishness. B-Day said that's possible. Brad Baby say 100. Yvonne McGowan say 100. B-Day says negatives do get the views. It gets the views, it gets the supports, it gets all of that. If you live long enough, you're going to experience it. Think about people in your life, whether it's family, old friends, people close to you. Think about the different situations you've been in. Did you get more people rallying around you when it was something centered around the negativity than when you had good going on? Did you have as many people showing up for you when you were getting them accolades and them awards and those recognition? Were all them people there, or were they showing up when ish was popping off, when it was about the negativity? You got to pay attention. You got to be able to peep game, and you can't get caught up in that, because sometimes the best of us, we can get caught up in it. But guess what? It's up to us to stop, reflect, like woosah, take in what's happening and say, you know what? I see I got more support when I'm in this space and I'm talking this language, but it don't feel good. It don't line up with my energy. It no longer lines up with me, because people change. At one point, that lined up with your energy, but now you done moved in a different way, in a different space. You in a different headspace, mentally and emotionally. You like, you know what? I'm not even in that space no more. I'm in the space over here. So if they gonna still sit in that space, then I'm gonna have to lead them where they at. No love lost. You know, I wish you best, but this is where I got to get off, because I'm on another path. And it ain't about talking bad about somebody or looking down on somebody. It's recognizing that you all no longer line up. You're no longer in sync. And it happens. What they say, people grow apart. That's where that comes from. When people grow apart, people start to elevate. People start to move on a different vibrational level. What I want for myself as I step into 2025 very shortly, I want to move on a different vibration level than I have. I'm not exempt from that. I'm recognizing that the place that I have been, it hasn't served me. I may have had moments where financially I've had wins, but when it comes to the true essence of me, have it really been a win? Is this really what I want? Is this really what I want to build me, my brand, my following centered around? The answer is no. So guess what, y'all? Guess what I'm willing to do? Because my answer is no, I'm willing to sacrifice the checks. I'm willing to have little to no checks, because I'm not willing to sacrifice myself, my soul, for a click and a view if it's centered around something that doesn't make me feel, as I like to say, warm and fuzzy and good about myself. I feel good about myself tonight as I'm reviewing this content, because there's so much to be learned from. All of us can take something away from this. And that's always been my goal with each live that I've ever had. You know, since I've been on here, YouTube said, just sell it, like, acknowledge that I've been out here 5 years. Whenever I come here, I want to come with a purpose. I want you all to leave with knowing more and feeling better about yourselves than when you came. I like to hear the testimonies on people say, oh, OMG, I came across your content. I don't know how, but I needed to hear what you had to say. I needed to see that video that you reacted to. That's the response that I want to hear, opposed to anything else somebody may say in regards to, say, picking a side. It's not about that. I choose me. Y'all, people want to know, who do you choose? Me, Chic. I choose me. I choose me. I'm always choose me. And guess what? You should always choose you and yours, because nothing else matters, because people thrive off of negativity. And you got to understand that is bigger than you. It's bigger than you. And sometimes you can think that a lot of stuff is about you, but it's not. It's about the energy. It's the energy. And guess what? You ain't finna use my energy for that's what you're not gonna do. You're not finna use my energy and suck up my energy because you ain't got nothing going on. So either you on this wave, which is positivity and going in this direction, or guess what? You got to get off at the next stop. We all have choices. You follow your tribe. You line up with who you line up with. Either people for you or they're not. And guess what? Like, if somebody's no longer for you, that's fine. Because there's been times where there's been people where I'm like, yeah, I got to get off at the next stop. I don't line up with you. Someone may feel that way. Okay, we don't line up. I got to get off at this stop. That's a part of life. It's a part of life. But as long as you feel good about the decision you made and you can sleep at night, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. Remember, you all, it's about you, how you feeling. Is it serving you? Ask yourself, is this serving me? Is this serving me? If the answer is no, guess what? It's time to move around. Busy B said, beat out or agreed. I also think she would have been received differently if she would have handled things differently after she was divorced from him. I agree. I think that her silence on the serious matters that was taking place surrounding him and being a predator, I think that spoke volumes, because as I say, sometimes like your silence, it can speak louder than words, and that can be good or bad. And in her situation, it was bad because he was moving recklessly and she was aligned with him. She was once married to him. She had children with him. So guess what? That means that she knew information, but she didn't talk for a very long time. She's talking now, but for a long time, she didn't talk. She didn't talk. Back Baby says, you can gain the world for the price of your soul. You sure can. You sure can. You can have all the, what they say, be rich, and T.I. say, but you piss poor morally. I'm not trying to be like, my soul can't be bought. Like, I just can't. I've never been that way, and I can't be that way today. I can't do it. I just can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. And I don't align with people who can. Like, I know when to get off. I know when to get off. And as they say, you don't always have to announce your exit. You just you move accordingly. People pay attention to how you move. What is does not need to be said. Y'all, I live by that. What is does not need to be said. What is does not need to be said. You move accordingly. You do not have to announce your exit. You do not have to pick a side. You just move accordingly. People they'll realize, like, okay, based off of this person's actions, this is how this person's moving. Did they tell you that? No. Well, how do you know? Because I'm paying attention to their actions. Action speaks louder than words. Action speaks louder than words. Action speaks louder than words, y'all. I know when to get off. Sue says, the place I'm at in my life, no matter what I go through, is what lessons did I learn. That is what smart people do. You think about the situation, you think about what role you played, or even what you can learn from it, a takeaway. You now have another testimony. Each one teach one. You share with other people. It's just, you live and you learn. You live and you learn. Bida said, my first marriage, it took me to a dark place. I expected better, but I had to do the work. Once I did, it's been up. When you got to put that work in. Nobody's exempt from putting the work in. Nobody's exempt from putting the work in. Me, Bida, Sue, Javon, Brolena, nobody's exempt. Laura, nobody's exempt from putting the work in. And that's the thing. People don't want to put the work in. People just want the win. But nobody want to put the work in. Okay, well, keep thinking that you don't have to put the work in, because you're going to continue to lose with that mindset. Brat Baby says, please look into the book Take My Hand by Jolyn Perkins Valdez. I think it would be a great book read for the content. Okay, let me I'll take a picture of that. Thank you for that, Brat Baby. I'll look into that. But y'all, it's lessons learned. It's so much to learn. And that's what it's about. But good night, Sue's good night. Good night. Happy New Year. But let's get back to this interview. A lot of lessons, y'all. Take notes. Take notes. Don't show up to class and just do what. Listen, learn something. Apply it to your life. Apply it to your life. Fair use.
Let's be honest. We live in a society where a Black woman that's confident and arrogant with her greatness is a threat. But as long as we dumb it down and stay under the radar and make everybody comfortable, we're palatable. We good on that. She cool people. I love her. She's humble. I'm done being humble because humble got my feelings hurt. So now I'm arrogant in my greatness, and not arrogant in a way as I'm greater than you. I'm better than you. I'm arrogant in my greatness that I'm like, God did a mighty thing in you,
Drea. Know who she is now.
Because you don't look like what you've been through. Honey, your body is snatched for the gods. Your edges are really yours. This hair go down to the roots. Honey, you smile. You vegan. You're happy. You pour into women. Your children are good. What do y'all want from me?
That's what I'm talking about.
I really don't know, Carlos, what people want from me.
Sorry, I'm processing.
It's a lot. It's
no,
a lot.
It is because you know what it is? It hit me that the people who talk crap about you, it is what you said. You show up confident, and you spoke to me. I haven't been abused, right? And the beauty of this conversation is, you don't have to be an abused person to receive your message. Mm-hmm. And we'll get to your testimony later and what you're doing for women and men with dance and art. But when you said, I'm not going to be humble anymore because humble got my feelings hurt.
Yeah.
I, Carlos King, I receive that.
Come on.
I receive it. Yeah. I receive it. You being humble, the doting wife, the doting mom, trying to please everybody around you. Let's not break up this foundation. You being trapped in the house where you saw women come in on a regular basis.
And here's the thing. I did it. I don't even know where people got that from.
Oh my God, so let's clear that up. Okay, wait. So
I don't even know where that came from. What kind of mama do you think I am? I'm a Black woman from the South Side of Chicago. So you think I'm gonna have a room for you, my daughter, the nanny, and oh, you have lost your damn mind. Now, y'all dumb, but y'all ain't stupid.
So that's not true.
I don't even know where that came from.
See?
And people are going with that she was helping him, bringing the girls in the house. What people don't understand, my divorce was final in 2009. My son is 22, Carlos. I left when he was 1.5. That tells you how long I've been gone. So all that was happening, all the stuff with the house in Atlanta, people don't even know I was not even living in the house in Olympia Fields. I was actually living with my mom and dad. Been gone. Lived on Briarcliff. Lived in Elmhurst, Illinois. Brian had 5 or 6 different addresses, trying to get away from his house. But people, again, have created this narrative that me and my kids were living there while all of this was transpiring. Like, and again, ladies and gentlemen, that's why I'm in my era. And I'm not going to be humble anymore. Because being humble is, I'm not going to say nothing. I'm going to let people feel what they feel. I'm going to let them say what they say. Enough is enough. I'm done. It's one thing to say you don't like me, you never met me, whatever. That shit is even crazy to me. You don't like somebody you ain't never met. But to keep putting things out there that are not true about me, like, what? Okay, I'm probably gonna regret saying this, but I'm gonna let people just use common sense for 2.2 seconds. The people that were helping him were also on trial with him. Who was not? Let's make it make sense.
There's people in jail because they were co-conspirators with him. They're in jail as we speak. You're free.
Make it make sense. The same people you're on trial for abuse, you were doing the same thing to me. So how am I helping you? I'm locked in a room. And if you ever watch the documentary, when Sparkle talks about that, that is a real thing. Having to knock on the door to get permission to go to the bathroom. Having to knock on a door to ask, would you please bring me some food? That is a real thing, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm in daily survival trying to figure out how to just keep my head above water and show up for my kids every day. When do I have time to help him? I can't even help myself. And that's why I said, I'm done. I'm done being humble. I'm done being quiet. I'm done being docile. I'm done. Because what people need to know now, I'm lawyered up, baby. Because you keep putting it on my page, that's liable. You keep putting it on my page, that's defamation of character. And I don't give a damn if I sue you and get a 1996 Nova. I'm coming for people because you're not going to keep putting that on my page and keeping this narrative going when you have no idea what it was like to be Drea Kelly. So yeah, that's why I keep the name Drea Kelly. Drea Kelly survived this. Drea Kelly is an advocate. Drea Kelly is a mother. Drea Kelly was the wife. Drea Kelly is the one who stands in the gap. So it's more than just a name. It's who I am. It's what I am. It's what I do.
Listen, baby, it makes the most sense to me in the world. When you said earlier, Drea Kelly is how I'm able to go on CNN and speak about abuse and helping women.
Because they're not asking Ms. Jones.
Yeah, no, I received that. I really, and I'm not just saying that because you're in front of me. I really received that. And to know that you were literally locked in a room.
Yeah.
Like he locked you in a room.
And then people like to say, well, how does somebody lock you in? I mean, my God, open the door. You have to understand there's two realms that you're always in when you're in domestic violence: the physical realm and the mental and spiritual realm. If I walked out of this door and I paid dearly for doing it because, he was going to punish you for breaking his rules. And I talk about it in my book. There was a punishment and you'll never break another one of his goddamn rules. He's going to teach you one time not to break his rules. You already have me entrapped mentally. I'm so scared of you that you don't have to physically lock the door. Because the last time I walked out of here with permission, you physically made me remember what it's like to do something you said not.
And I've said that many a times, mental bondage, the mental abuse is far worse than the physical, because if you get into someone's mental, you can control them from anywhere. So as she say, she learned, she left the room one time, got severely punished. So now she'll be in a room and know not to, even if the door open, unlocked or whatever, she know not to leave that room because it's the mental hold. He probably can be away from the house and she know not to leave that room because she remember what happened the last time when she left the room. That's why I would say an abuser, they can control you from anywhere. They don't have to physically be there with you to control you because they got you. Remember we talk about the code, and I've talked about like the nature boy, things like that, how this fool in jail somewhere and these wives out here still operating from his control because he has them in a mental chokehold to where even though he's somewhere doing time, y'all, this fool got a life sentence plus 10 years, which means to me, he can damn die, come back, and still got another 10 on it. That's what life was 10 years to me. But these wives, they're still under his control and still moving accordingly because he has them in that mental psychological chokehold. That's far worse than abuse, the physical abuse, because the physical abuse, the bruises, they heal. They go away. But when somebody got you in your mentals, even when, let's just say, you're physically, and you're not even with them anymore, you're still psychologically, you're still thinking about the things that they used to say to you when y'all was together, and you still moving in these streets, believing it. You still believe in it because they did it for so long and made you to believe these things that they said, to where even now you done moved on to somebody else, you're still operating in a capacity as though that person still got control over you when they've been gone or removed from your life for years. How long Nature Boy been gone? It's been coming up on a year. These women are free to leave, to actually go be with good men, to get in real marriage, because clearly they ain't his wife. I mean, you can't be legally married to more than one person. These women still they still have not gotten out of that chokehold, that mental chokehold, to where they're still operating underneath his control. This is what Drea Kelly is describing. This is the control that she said he had over her. Brad Baby says, am I missing something? That would mean you knew something. I feel like when she was in that relationship, she knew that man wasn't on the up and up to the depths and the details. I'm sure she didn't know everything, but there are some things that she did know. But there are things that she's choosing. Who knows what she'll say in her book, but I think she's not choosing to talk about everything. But I think there was also a lot she wasn't exposed to. But I do think there are some things that she did know because they were together for too long for her to not see something. I just don't know what that is, but I'm sure it was something that just wasn't right. It wasn't right. It wasn't right. But I think there was also a lot that she didn't see. What's up, Skeptic? Happy New Year. Welcome. Let's see. Brat Baby said, yes, he basically had a freaky cult with women locked in rooms, including his wife. Including the wife. Because we heard of stories where people talked about being locked in rooms, but damn, the wife said she was one of them too, y'all. That's the mess. Like, damn, you had the wife locked up too? Because we heard of other people saying they would be locked up in rooms. What was crazy with one of the women's story, she'd be locked up in a room, and then I think she'll leave at certain times of the day, go home to her kids, and then come back. I didn't understand that. I don't know what type of mental hold he had on her, where she was leaving, going home, checking on the kids, and coming back. And because I heard one person say, well, no, R. Kelly wasn't controlling because the door was always unlocked. You can free to leave whenever you want. But again, when somebody can have a mental hold on you, the door can be wide open and you still not going to walk out of it. That's when you know somebody got control. When the door unlocked, you might see somebody outside of the door say, hey, come, I'm going to help you. And the person still won't budge. That's when you know you really down bad, when that person has so much fear in you to where the average person would be like, damn, why they ain't leaving? They can just leave now. The reason, but to them, y'all, that psychological abuse, that's the worst. It's the worst of the worst. It don't get no worse than that when somebody gets your mentals. That's why I remember earlier she said the abuse start there before the punching, the hitting. They're getting in your head first. Anybody who's ever experienced abuse can know that. Talk to you, say it in chat. You know it's psychological first. It's starting with them calling you names, talking down to you, threatening you. Then the physical come. So now you got all that other stuff it started with, and now you got the bruises. So you just down bad. You just don't know if you going or coming. You don't know if you're going or coming. You do not know if you're going or coming. Skeptic says, and that is a serious situation. Very serious. Very serious. It's bad. Hey, Francis, what's up? Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everyone. B-Dot said, lock up and I can't get out. Mental chains, Brat Baby say, that's real. Locked. This woman said she knew better. This woman said, I left that room one time. Child, I ain't never left that room again. I left that room one time. And whatever he did, it was enough to change her life forever because, baby, Drea Kelly did not leave that room again. She did not leave that room again. It sounds like she probably gonna talk about it in her book as to what exactly happened that one time she left the room. But she said she knew not to do it again. She knew better. Well, she said she learned her lesson. How many times we heard abusers talk about lessons? You're going to learn today. I'm going to teach you. You finna learn not to do this. That's psychological. They put in fear. It's the fear. What's up, Queen Sandy? Happy New Year, everyone. Brolana says the lock didn't have to be literal there. It was mental. So sad. There's so many people that can relate to the whole mental lock. Kathleen said, I've personally seen this in my town with a religious cult. Yeah, it's a mental chokehold. Busy Bee said, yeah, that's how it starts. When you know, you know. Queen Tandy said, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. When you know, you know. When you seen it once, like you seen it. That's what I'm saying, y'all. With her story, she's not saying anything unique. She's just telling her story from her experience with a celebrity. But there are women right now who are enduring this type of abuse and worse. There are women right now who are plotting their escape. There are women right now who tried to escape and didn't survive. Nature Boy, speaking on Nature Boy, the one woman, I think of all the women who he really was married to, Velvet, I think that's her name. She was like a thief in the night. I call it a thief in the night when you plan your escape and you leave when they sleep, when you sneak out. That's how she was able to get away from Nature Boy with her baby on her back in the dark. in the dark. This is what you got to do to get away from these type of people because of the control they have. That's how she got away. I heard her tell her story. She hitchhiked. Somebody seen her walking. That's how she made her way to the airport. From the airport, she called him and told him she was about to be up out of here. And I think he showed up or whatever. But she said she just wanted to say some final words to him. But she literally left in the middle of the night. She plotted all day with planning her escape. This is how you got to get away from people when you finally get released from that mental chokehold. But it took a long time for her to even get to that point. It was after she had gave birth to their child before her to get to that point. Because he already had the control long before she got pregnant. Look how long it took for her to get away. So again, as I say, many lessons to be learned. We got to hear people's story and go from there. I'm always up for hearing somebody's story. Fair use. Happy New Year, everyone. Please like the video. Like the video. I appreciate you. Fair use.
Not to do. So no, I don't ever want to go through that again. So you may not have to physically lock the door, but you mentally already have me imprisoned. I'm so scared to do anything. You could leave that door wide open. If he said, do not walk out this door, you think I'm going to walk out the door when the last time I did it, you nearly. And I created, it's called the cage puppy syndrome. If you put a puppy in a cage and you yell at it, you scream at it, you beat the cage, you throw things at it, and then you tell the puppy, don't come out of there. Open that same door, yell at the puppy, throw things at the puppy, hit the cage. Even with that door open, that puppy is so scared of you, it will not come out that cage with the door wide open. Because you've already got him mentally set to know going against you equals punishment. If I do something you don't like, there's repercussions, and 9 times out of 10, it's going to be physical. You and you really got to physically lock the door at this point. I'm that scared of you. But again, people choose to be ignorant about domestic violence. They choose to be ignorant about what I've survived. They choose to be ignorant about my life, and that's okay.
How did you escape him? Was there like a final straw, or was there just a moment where you had the strength from God to say, this is my last day here and I'm going to leave?
He was verbally abusive in front of my daughter, Joanne. It wasn't even physical. We were at Parrot Jungle Island in Miami. We were staying in Coconut Grove and we went to Parrot Jungle Island. So, back in the day when you get photos and you had to take them bitches to Walgreens, you did not get to see them and edit them and put filters on them. You had to wait 24 hours or 7 days, whatever your money was like, but we had 24. We get the pictures back. So I'm going through the photos and we're looking. So there's a guy in the picture. We're holding this albino python. He photobombed us. But back then we didn't even call it photobomb. It's like, who is this fool in my picture? So he's in the back of the picture like. So we're going through the pictures and he gets to this one picture and he says, what the is this? Now, I haven't seen the pictures. We just got them from Walgreens. And my daughter's going through like, Daddy, this is an eagle. This is this. He was like, what the is this? So I'm thinking, animals? I don't know. He shows me the photo. He was like, who the fuck is this man in this picture behind you, Drea? You know I don't play that. You know I don't play no man being around you, around my kids. You should have eyes in the back of your head. And I always laugh and tease about this, but the ones in the front of my head don't work that well. So how do the imaginary ones in the back work? How the hell am I supposed to see somebody photobombing me from the back? My daughter says to her dad, Daddy, why are you being mean? Why are you talking to my mommy like that? And he told my daughter, she know what the fuck she did. I was done. It was like a light switch went off in my head. And immediately I heard
from your grandfather.
My grandfather. Yeah. I was like, this is her moment on the stairs.
Not to cut you out, prior to that incident, did the kids ever see you?
Carl, as a mom, you want to say no, but you don't know when them tiny feet get out the bed and they down the hall.
Okay.
You don't know when they're hearing you being slammed and they run back to their rooms. But I will say this, my daughter told me this one time, and that's why I was like, oh, y'all way more weird than I thought. She said, Mom, even though you're older, you look younger. I said, well, why you say that? She said, smile more now that you're not with Daddy. Carlos, my heart.
I always say, children, they're paying attention. We have to be mindful of the things that they're being exposed to, because as she says, she want to believe that they didn't see anything, but you don't know. And even though they may not have seen Daddy punch Mommy, I'm sure they've probably taken notice of Mommy walking with a limp, seeing a bruise on her. There were things that I'm sure the girls, because it seemed like the son, she said he was 1.5 years when she left R. Kelly. I'm pretty sure there were things that the girls took notice of that they just didn't talk about. But they took notice that mommy didn't seem happy. Uh, mommy, mommy's eye, there's a mark on mommy's face. And for one of the children to make the comment of how she looks more youthful, she's glowing, she looks better, she's happier. For her, the daughter, to make that assessment, she has to have something to compare it to, right? So she's comparing what mommy was looking like then to what mommy was looking like before, the energy that mommy was giving off before, and she see the stark contrast. And she felt the need to say it to her mom because she felt good about the change, the difference that she was seeing in her mother. So as Drea says, she don't know. She probably got to sit and really talk to them. She probably never asked them, because when he asked her, did the kids ever see anything? She's responding from what she believes, but she didn't say, well, they said. She's probably fearful of asking them because she's afraid of what they may say. And who wants to know that their babies, their children, seeing their father abusing them or anyone abusing them? Because you're trying to teach your children don't put up with this, don't deal with that. But you don't want to know that your children seeing you doing that very thing that you're forbidding them to do. So guess what? What happens is that you just don't talk about things. So to me, it's giving, she never really asked them. And we can just talk about, well, why? Because she could have simply said, well, when I talked to the kids, they said no, but she didn't say that. She just talked about what she wants to believe. Well, they're all grown. Everybody's grown. You could simply, you can talk to them and ask them. But I don't think she wants to know that. She can't handle that part. Because again, that part is going to put an ownership and accountability on her for her having to just speak to them and justify why she stayed as long as she did. And that's that she's not ready for that. She may get to the point one day where she may ask him, but to me, it's given that she's not there yet to go there. At least as this interview, she just hadn't been ready to go there to actually ask them, okay, let's talk. Did you ever witness anything? Did you ever hear anything? Did you ever see anything? It's very sad. Berlana said the kids pick up on energy and the mom's fear and sadness. Yeah. Hey, Monique, what's up? You said, hey, she can chat. Just got my notification. I will have to replay what I didn't see. Okay, I did not ever see this one. Yes, definitely check it out. Drea's just talking about her toxic relationship with R. Kelly during their marriage. I think they were married about 9 years. But yes, it's crazy. So definitely be a part of the replay gang on this one. Queen Tandy says, okay, I know you need your medication. I am sure you will get it soon, because she's talking to some. I hope whoever's under the weather, you feel better soon. Because child, listen, child, I was down for the count since Thanksgiving. I just started feeling better, like literally this week, where I've gone like 3 days without coughing. Like, child, that's a lot for me. So you all take care of yourselves. Take your herbs. For me, what helped the oregano oil is the last thing that I was taking that helped to knock out the cough that was lingering. So that's just a herb, in the, like a tincture bottle, and I would put it underneath my tongue. So that was the last thing, you all, that I took. And my cough is gone. So take your meds, drink your tea, oregano oil. That made a difference for me. So just want to leave that there for anybody who may need that. Anybody who may need that. Monique says, my son was only 9 when we divorced, and the day I left, he told me 2 weeks later, Mommy, I am glad we left. Thank God. He seemed more relaxed. Yes, I know, children know. Kathleen says, how long ago did this story happen? She said that she left when her son, I guess the youngest of her 3 children, was 1.5 years, and he's 22 now. And I think she said she divorced R. Kelly in 2009. So this was many, many years ago. And I think they were married for like 9 years. So it was a long time. So she's just now like at a point where she's ready to like tell her story. So, and she has a book coming out. I definitely want to read the book, but I wanted to get into this interview with you all before the book reading. The book hasn't been released. I think her website, Seen Online, is supposed to come out in February. So I'm going to be looking for that. If you all come to learn of it being out, definitely let me know. But I think it will be a good read. And I really would like to line up the information that she's saying in this interview to what she puts in the book. Because from what she's saying, it seems like she's going to go more in detail in the book than what she's doing in this interview. But she's, giving a lot of information in this interview. So far, it's turned out to be a really good interview. A lot of things we're learning about Miss Drea Kelly that we did not know before. So have you all completed the survey? Let's check the survey. Let's check the survey because we got a survey out here, and let's see how you guys answered it. I have StreamYard, not StreamYard. YouTube trying to prevent me from being great. It's not letting me see the survey results on this one. Let me check my other channel and see if I can see over there. So on my one channel, it's showing 34 votes. Do you think Drea Kelly was a victim? 32% say yes, 44% say no, 24% says on the fence. So that's one of the surveys. It's a couple of them between the different channels. But listen, I just want to hear what she had to say because I'd never heard her side before. I was like with many people feeling like she was an enabler. She knew because the people were saying, oh, they seen, some of the, alleged victims was like, oh, she was there. We seen her. So I was kind of going off of that. Then also we learned not that long ago, maybe a couple of months ago, I reviewed, I did a review on, I think it was this channel when we learned about the daughter coming out alleging that R. Kelly essayed her. And I definitely had my opinions about Drea Kelly not outing R. Kelly the way I felt like she should have or she could have. So I've had my opinions. So I will say, listening to this interview, I no longer have the opinions that I had before. I'm still kind of hearing her out, but I'm more so on the side of she has her story. She was a victim. I don't doubt that what she's saying about his abuse onto her, that she's lying about it. I just think he had her in a mental chokehold. She didn't know if she was going to come in. She stayed too long for the reasons as, she talked about, with staying and why it took so long and all of that. But nonetheless, she was in that toxic situation for just far too long, a day too long. And she's now in a place where she's ready to just talk about it and to share her story and to share that she also was a victim. Yvonne McAllis says, hello, chat. Skeptic says that part would probably be painful to her. Yeah. Sue says, each generation of kids is smarter than one before. I don't underestimate them. No, you better not. Do not underestimate the kids. These kids, they smart. These kids are smart. Queen Tandy says, Kathleen, I care about people doing people right. It's tough out here and medication costs. You're a good person to sacrifice your medication to help someone else. That is so honorable for you. Oh, we got some good honor students. Let me see. Kathleen says, never heard of oregano oil. Child, so my husband, he's into the herbs. I didn't know it was a thing either. We got our cabinet look like a whole. We looking like we work for Dr. Sabi or something in our house with. He loves being on Instagram and learning about all the different, health things, the natural things. Y'all know people put all kinds of stuff out on the internet, things that mainstream don't put out there. So he's all into the all natural, whatever. So anything, child, we got anything dealing with anything. We got some type of oil, something, and something, some tincture, something to take for it. And the whole family, Lord, we be like, Lord, we be running from y'all because he be lining us up. So yes, there is oregano oil. It doesn't taste the best, but it does work. Because like I said, that was the last thing I took, and it knocked out my cough. I took that maybe Sunday, but I'm done coughing. So look into oregano oil. Sprouts lately, he's been getting all of the oils and things from Sprouts. So you can look into like your health food stores, but Sprouts has been his new favorite store. And that's where he's been getting a lot of these herbal, products and things like that. So if you have a store like Sprouts, check out Sprouts or any type of like health food type stores. You can find it. So yes, oregano will definitely help with that. Monique said, you do have to be ready. 30 years old. He just revealed to me he heard us fighting and remembers his father saying he would knock my teeth out. Wow. Yep. I know I have, with memories, it's dealing with abuse. Going back to, I'm guessing I maybe was 3, just, hearing violence, having a family member, my aunt teaching me at a young age how to dial 911. I'll never forget that conversation because I remember her saying, hey, after a night of abuse and, me next day, seeing, my mom all black and blue, whatever. And I think my mom said I had to, if I can remember that based off of where we lived, because I know where we lived. So going off of that, my mom was like, well, you probably had to be like 3 then. So, so it was at the hands, I had a stepdad. And so I remember that night, like getting out of bed and then I remember the yelling. And then the next day, my aunt teaching me how to dial 911 if it ever happened again. And it never happened again for me to witness, for me to dial 911. But I remember being told, if it happens again, do this. And like I said, it never happened again for me to have to do that. At least, or anything happening with me being present to have to do that. But yeah, I was like 3. So I guess you could say that was like, my early years memory then, if I can think back to then. So children, if you want to know, have conversations with them. And, they'll tell you, you may not be ready for what they got to say. You may not be ready for what they got to say, but you ask them, they will tell you. And children are very honest. So believe them. Don't think that they're lying, making things up, because that you don't want to believe that they're telling the truth. Believe them. Believe them. Believe them. Yeah. Monique says, yes, Berlin, I'm in a much better place. When I saw she was making me mad, justifying what those girls dealt with. Bida says that Tandy, God's grace, mercy will bring you through. Monique, I couldn't even imagine my child telling me that. I'm happy you're in a better place. Monique says, Sheik, that's why you look like you're in your 20s. Herbs and oils. Child, listen. Or them herbs and oils, child. It ain't by choice. My husband like, listen, be line us up. The kids be running, child. The kids be running. He be having to go find them. They be hiding from him. They be hiding. So yes, just managing your stress, your herbs and oils, getting your rest in, exercises, all of that, just healthy living. Like I said, knowing when to just take a break. Y'all know I'm good for taking my breaks out here. And but it's good for mental health. You take care of your mental health. Your mental health is everything. Take care of your mental health. I cannot stress that more as we go into 2025. Prioritize your mental health and your physical health. Brolena says, not work for Dr. Sadie. I work there too in my head. Yes, that's what it feels like. He get excited about the new items. I said, where you learn that from? Instagram? Because everything, child. YouTube is my playground. Instagram is his, child. Listen. He on Instagram trying to save our lives, y'all. And I'm on YouTube calling myself trying to educate. Everybody got their calling, right? Everybody got their calling. Let's get back to this video. Welcome. Happy New Year, everyone. Like the video, please. Fair use, fair use.
Said so every day my kids watched me survive. And they knew the difference. Mama's different when daddy's not here. But when he comes home, everything in this house changes. Something's not right. And their little mind, they can't put their fingers on it. But when she said that to me, I was like, maybe they have heard it. Maybe they did notice the times I was limping. Maybe all the times that I was saying I'm sick, they knew Mama's not sick. She just can't get out of bed. Daddy hurt her. I don't know. I honestly can't answer that for them. My son said to me,
you can ask
Mom,
him.
He's in the backseat of the car one day. We come home from the movies. He was like, are you and Daddy not together because he was really mean and he used to hurt you? Now, this isn't a conversation. Now, mind you, I left when my son was a baby. So I'm like, how do they know this? But I'm like, it's something as a mother, your children are connected to you. You think you're doing a good job hiding it. And that's why in these especially Black families, you grow up and they be like, Mama, we knew Daddy had a family down the street. We knew about Miss Jones. I knew I had a brother. I was waiting on you to say something. But as a mom, you think you're doing this amazing job, keeping your pain from them. And the whole while they're just watching you deteriorate right before their eyes. That broke my heart. But yeah, that day when he did that, a light bulb went off in my head, Carlos. I'm like, yo, I'm done. Because if I stay, I just signed her name on a contract she never read. And if she ends up with an abusive man and I tell her to leave, she's going to be like, well, why would I do that? You stayed with my daddy all them years. And the last thing that came to my mind, Carlos, was like, what if she never makes it out? What if the way your daughter leaves here is in a case? Because she ends up with an abusive man because you were the example. You were the living example. I was done. And it just clicked. In my head, I was like, call your daddy, pack your bag, you got to go. It was crazy. But here's the shocker. Here's the gag. Think I could go to the bank and get money out? My name's not on any of his bank accounts. I don't even have a credit card in my own name at that point.
Ain't that something?
There's no card to go draw money. His attorney, Daryl, had power of attorney. Daryl could go get money before I could. Daryl could write checks, cash checks, put money in, take money out. Even with an ID, I could have went to First Chicago. And guess what they're going to tell me, ma'am? You're not on any of these accounts. We're not authorized to give you any money. That's another thing people don't know about me. People are quick to say, just leave. They tell women, just leave. But guess what they never follow up with? They never say, just leave and come live with me. They never say, just leave and I'm going to financially take care of you and your children for as long as it takes for you to get on your feet. They never say, just leave and I'm going to make sure that I have some way to protect you should he decide to come over here to kill me, you, and the dog. Just leave and I'm going to make sure that you have your first, last security deposit, a moving truck and furniture. Because you have to remember, when women just leave, we're leaving with nothing. I left with $2,500 in a duffel bag. No furniture, none of my kids' favorite toys. I don't have my computer, nothing. So when you tell women just leave, be very careful what you're asking them to do. 99.9 times when women leave is when it becomes fatal. That's when they become a statistic. But people love to get on the internet and say, if it was me, I would have just left. Really? You think so? With your kids? And again, my kids, asthmatic, severe allergies. So I have to make sure I have an inhaler. I have to make sure that I have their EpiPen. I have to make sure I have all of their medicine. So what happens when I leave him and I need to refill that prescription? That then draws me back to the city I just left, because now I have to go to that doctor. I don't know if you have this doctor working for you. What happens when she leaves the room and say, yeah, she's here now with the kids?
Drea.
People don't even think that far. They choose to be ignorant. They choose to judge me because they don't do their research. You know nothing about me. Now, mind you, I have an arm baby. My daughter at that point was about to be 6. So I had a 6-year-old, a 4-year-old, and about to be a 2-year-old escaping in the middle of the night. So again, go back to Cassie. Look how hard that was for her to do it by herself. Imagine Drea trying to do it with 3 kids in the middle of the night.
Like a thief in the night, again, I say.
I'm going to ask you this, and you don't have to answer it. You can tell me to move on from it because I want to respect the boundaries. Okay. Your daughter recently revealed that her father, were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't. And here's the thing. I'm going to let her tell her story.
Right.
I can only tell from my side of the fence. It actually happened on his watch. Here's the problem. The judicial system, the way it's set up, guess what they told me? He has the right to have visitation with his kids. Up until that point, he hasn't the children. Excuse me? I left because it was abusive. So now you're telling me every weekend I have to send my children back to this man? Went to the police station, my dad, my bonus mom, my best friend. When my daughter called me, and now when I look back, I'm like, I believe that's the night that it happened. She called me hysterical, like, mama, come get me. I want to leave. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to sleep here. And I'm like, well, baby, what's wrong? Like, I'm trying to think, did somebody hurt you? Did somebody say, not thinking him, mind you. So I go to the police station. I'm like, my daughter has called me in complete distress. I want to go get her. Guess what the law told me, Carlos? And for all of y'all. to stay on my page and got so much to say about what I did as a mother, guess what they told me? Ma'am, you can't go to that man's house. If you jump that fence right now and he tells us to arrest you, we have to. It's trespassing. Unless we have a warrant, or unless your daughter calls us to tell us to remove her from the house. And even if she does, she's going in child protective custody. Ma'am, you cannot go on that property. And I suggest you don't, because if you're trespassing and that man pulls out and shoots you, he's well within his rights. So now we have a whole judicial system that leaves mothers like me helpless. And that is probably the most painful experience of my life, because I did everything that I could. Asking for them, listen, I want supervised visitation. I only want it from this time to this time on Sundays. And to have a Judge Vega, look me in my face and tell me, this man has a right to see his kids. So now we have a court system in place that y'all don't protect children till it's too late. And it's even worse than that, because it happened when she was so young. She didn't even tell me till she was a teenager. My baby walked around with that pain and held that pain until she was a teenager. It happened when she was a little girl, and people actually attack me on social media and say I knew, and how could a mom, and you didn't do anything. I did everything that I could. Just to have the police tell me I could do nothing. And my baby carried that pain around for years trying to protect me. So don't tell me what I didn't do for my baby. Don't tell me what I didn't do as a mother when you don't know shit about me. People don't know that pain of driving from a police station and having them tell you, you have to leave your baby there. There's nothing you can do, and we can't either. To see the pain in my dad's face and watch a grown, retired naval officer cry all the way back to his house because even he couldn't get his grandbaby. So yeah, I'm not humble no more. Y'all have changed me. Y'all have changed me, and I'm officially gonna give y'all what y'all want.
I say get to know somebody's story. Ask questions.
It's okay.
I did not know her story when I talked about how she responded to her child's trauma.
It's okay. Listen.
When I spoke on her situation, I did not know her story.
You know, listen, for me, it will always be sad to see that when a child, right, has the courage to reveal things that happen to her or him. And instead of the world digging at the person who did it, right?
He did
so
a great
I'll be
job
more
with this
specific in this
interview.
case. When your daughter revealed that R. Kelly, is so disgusting and makes me sick to my stomach that anybody would then go on your page and talk about you.
Yeah.
Instead of giving all that energy to the abuser, you turn around and give it to the mom who didn't do it. It's the most unfortunate thing. And again, everything you're saying to me, Drea, I have so much more understanding at 45 years old, knowing women in my family, women in my life who has experienced something of this magnitude. I even am walking away from this conversation having a greater understanding of what happens when a woman decides to leave. What happens when a woman is preyed upon? We don't talk about women being preyed on when she has daddy issues. You know, when you have women who be like, well, you know, girl, he pays for everything, honey. I got to come out of my pocket for nothing. Sis, that ain't cute to brag about, mama. It's a form of control.
Mhm.
You have nothing in your name. He buys you cars and you get to live in a house, but
Me, I couldn't even go to a bank and get out money
to escape. Because he knew that,
better tell her,
and excuse my
Carlos,
language, I'm not saying he said this, but a lot of men think, yeah, this dumb. She loves the bags I buy her. She loves this house that she gets to live in.
Mhm.
She loves the clothes that she gets to brag about on Instagram. This dumb has no idea that I am controlling her, so that when she does leave, I can say, where you going?
And
Where
did
you
say
going?
that to me. And did not blink. Let me know quickly. I am the king of R&B, and you got 3 of my kids. Who gonna want you?
Mhm.
Crickets. Because in my mind, that it was true. Like, wow. 3 kids, me, him. Who? What am I gonna do? And I was quiet for a long time, Carlos. Even in Hollywood Exes, I did. And here's the funny thing that people say, I never talked about it. I did. If you go back and watch the episodes of Hollywood, I just never said his name.
Mm-hmm.
And even in that, what people don't understand, how do you have an attorney that tells you, a victim, that if you ever mention him as your abuser, that he could sue you and you could face jail time? How is it even legal to have an NDA to cover a crime? Domestic violence is a crime. So you're telling me that if I speak about this crime committed against me by him, he can then turn around and take me to court and sue me? But people don't even realize that.
And what they don't know is when a wealthy man has a lot of money, he can afford to sue you and have their attorney on retainer because he know, and again, I'm saying this is how they feel. He know you're broke, can't afford to defend yourself.
My bill was $350,000. Sheila DeCanto and Fleck, yes, $350,000 in legal fees. They ended up dropping me because I could not pay the last $50,000. Why? Because he has a team of lawyers that will drag it out. They will ask for continuances. There have been times where I've been filming Hollywood Exes, jumped on the plane to make sure I'm in court, get to court, he's not there. And the judge had the audacity to say, well, Your Honor, our client is working. He's currently on tour. That's what helps him to provide the lifestyle. What fucking lifestyle are you talking about? I'm working. If I can get on a plane and fly from LA to be here in court, you mean he can't be here? Oh, but he's okay. He don't have to be. He has one of his 5 lawyers to show up for him. So then they just sign their paper, put in a continuance, which means my lawyer has to now answer the continuance, which means now I'm being billed for her to come back to get another court date, to have to tell them in Hollywood Exes that I got to go back to Chicago. It's a vicious cycle and people don't understand. It's not just them. It's not the label. It's not their homies. It's even the judicial system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what happens. And that's, again, add that to the many reasons why a lot of women stay, because they know that, or keep quiet as well. Because that's the unfortunate truth. Financially, are you good?
I'm better.
Okay.
And the reason why I say I'm better, because I do it on my own.
Mm-hmm.
So much better. That there's nobody now who can tell me, girl, you can't. If you can't, because that budget say you can't. So much better. Like, I live a humble life. I'm not one of these girls you see in the street, honey, because I didn't have every Gucci, Poochie, Guido Sarducci. I didn't have every Chanel.
She's at peace, even though the money or resources isn't the same that it was back then. She knows that whether she got it or she don't, it's because of her own bearing, not because of what somebody's telling her she has access to. It's a beautiful thing to know that you're in control over your destiny or the things that you want, and it's not somebody else that's been able to dictate how you move, when you move. And as she says, she's had it all before. So now that she don't have it, life is so much better now that she don't have it, because she know what came with it when she had it. Are we willing to sacrifice ourselves, sell our soul for a purse, for some shoes, get knocked upside the head, be held hostage inside of a room, be cussed out in front of your kids, in front of guests, family? Are you willing to do all that for a mansion, for a purse, for some shoes, for some jewelry? She says she's no longer willing to do all those things. She can't. So she's good with not having those things. And if she's able to have certain things, she know that she can have it because she's able to provide it. And that she don't have to sacrifice her soul in order to get it. It is a beautiful thing when you know, you know. When you know, you know. It is a beautiful thing. And she knows that because she knows the difference between when life was different, when she had all those things, and the price that it came with. What are you willing to sacrifice for the money, fame, for a title of wife? Like, what are you willing to sacrifice? Is it worth it? As I say, if it's not serving you, move around. Because if she were to no longer be here with us, she can't take all that with her. With her kids, that is no value in it. What is her kids, that she would leave behind supposed to do with that? They would far rather have their mother here with them than to have her gone, but they got her purses. They got her shoes. They got her jewelry. What? They need their mama. All that other stuff don't matter. All that stuff that she had back then, things get moved out and changed around so much with fads and trends to where it's always something new or better that comes out that people are out to get. So the stuff that she had then, it don't even matter no more. The value ain't even there like that because there's been other things that have come out since then. So what are we doing? The stuff she named off ain't nothing that appreciates. So like, what are we do to be getting beat upside your head for a purse? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I just can't do it. I cannot do it. I can't do it. Monique Banks says, Chic, yeah, I was judging her every which way. This Andrea is different than what I thought. A lot of people are saying that. I know I'm saying that. That's why I'm like, I got to come back and talk about it because I got to do both sides. If I did a side where I was giving my strong opinion about how she didn't respond, you know, when her daughter told her that, you know, her father, her own father, R. Kelly, abused her, I felt the way with how, because based off of the information, the narrative that was being put out there, it was like as though she didn't do enough. And when I heard this interview, I'm like, wow, like I was wrong. And I am apologetic because of that. And I'm willing to come on my platform to right my wrongs and to share her story. So therefore, even though my platform is very small, it still can reach people who also thought like me or you, Monique. So even if it's just a few more people, it'll still spread. You know, they'll hear the story and then they'll tell somebody else. And each one teach one, you know, that's what it's about. So it's just about what you can do. And I know that like many of us in here, we all have the ability to spread awareness. That's what we do. You come together and you spread awareness. And then it catches on like wildfire. And before you know it, more and more people, the narrative starts to change because the information starts to get put out there. So never think that you're too small. Your voice is too small to speak up because you telling one person, they'll tell another person and then tell another person. So, and you never know that person, that one person who you tell, how many people instantly it can transfer to just a whole bunch of people because you never know how large that person, like this guy, what's his name? Carlos King. He has a large platform. So by him having this interview, it's spreading it to like hundreds of thousands of people, which had me someone to hear it who has a smaller platform, but it's probably people who don't follow him that didn't know. Like some of you all didn't hear this. You see how it works where you just, that's why I say always tell your story. Don't ever be ashamed to share your story because it can make a difference. It can make a difference. And that's what it's about. It's about helping one another, making a difference. So trying your best to prevent someone else from having to experience what you experienced. Queen Tandy says, not worth it. Love me more. Happy to hear that. I love me more. I want you all to love you more over any mess, whatever it is. Love you more. Put that value first and foremost. Sue says, I walked from an employer and gave a 2 weeks notice. This happened over 2 months ago. They keep texting me up in an ante each time to get me back. Ain't happening. You know your worth. When you know your worth, you're able to walk away and not look back. It's a beautiful thing to know your worth. And today, Drea Kelly knows her worth. And what she's saying is a lot of people aren't here for it. And a lot of people don't like that she knows her worth. But for a long time, guess what? She didn't know her worth. And those people were nowhere to be found when she didn't know her worth. But now that she knows her worth, everybody is seeing her and they got something to say. Those who knew that she was the wife and going through the abuse, where were you then? Those people in his camp who knew what was going on with her. Where were you then with trying to help her? But now that she knows who she is and she can stand up with her head held high, 10 toes down, and she can say it with her chest, people want to feel a certain type of way. I say F you to those people. That's what I say. Because as long as you moving in a way that is best for you and yours, and you feeling good about what you doing, that's all that matters. That is all that matters, because ain't none of these people out here who got these opinions paying your bills, there for you as a protector when you need to be protected from these fools out here. None of that. But everybody always got an opinion. Or as she say, people say, oh, just leave, but not following up with, okay, well, if you leave, this is how I can help you. This is what I can do for you. People ain't following up with that part. They just got all the answers. They'll tell you all day, every day, what you should be doing, how you should be doing, how you should be handling your business. Meanwhile, they ain't even got no business of their own, or whatever they do got going on. They really need to be focusing on their own stuff, because that's how messed up they is. But they so fixated on what you got going on. You got to pay attention, y'all, to the peanut gallery, because more often than not, the peanut gallery is down bad. And when you line up what they life looking like to yours, baby, you got all your damn nerves to be trying to tell me a doggone thing. You got all your nerves, but them be the ones. Them be the ones that ain't got ish going on. Them be the ones they so quick to tell you what you should be doing and how you should be doing it and how they feel about what you doing. But they ain't got ish going on, miserable, lonely, and trying to be worried about what you got going on, because they don't have the balls to get something jumping for themselves. My thing is, if you got all this to say about me, this person, that person, and how we run our ship, why don't you go get your own ship popping and start selling your own ship? What's that about? Why you got all the audacity to be telling the next person what they should be doing, how they should be moving, but you ain't got ish popping off yourself? It be that part for me. It be that part for me. It be that part for me. Because usually it ain't the ones that's telling you they got some shit going on for themselves. They got stuff. It's the ones that ain't got nothing. It's the ones that's in the comments that ain't got nothing. But they over here telling everybody what they need to be do. And when you don't know better, you listening. You listening. Until that day, you be like, wait a damn minute. Why the hell I'm listening to them? What am I doing here? You realize that it's delusional to even be listening to some of these people. But sometimes you get caught up in it. But baby, when I say 2025, listen, it's 11:47, child. We about to bring in this new year together in 12 minutes. When you know, you know. When you know, you know. Don't let somebody come into your life and try to tell you how to run your show. Don't let somebody come into your life and tell you how to run your show. Especially when they show effed up. Especially when they show effed up, or when their show isn't visible for you to even know how they're even moving, how they are even moving. Be mindful, y'all, of the messenger. So tonight's lesson, be mindful of the messenger. Be mindful of the messenger. Let's finish. We making our way to the end of this interview. Great interview. I thank you all for joining me tonight on this live reaction. Like, share, subscribe. Fair use, but definitely taking notes. Many lessons to be learned tonight from this interview.
I could not take none of that to a bank and put a down payment on a house. I could not take not one Hermes bag and get freedom. So those things don't even matter to me anymore. I've had diamonds, I've had the furs, I've had silver foxes, I've had links, I've had it all, and was miserable. Lived in a mansion, and that mansion ultimately became my
job
prison.
for you. That's what I'm talking about.
So none of that matters to me.
Very
and we
happy
live in a world where we're so impressed about people's labels and what they got, and those are some of the most unhappy people in the world. Me, I have pure joy now.
She looks like she happy.
That people just
look, her skin glowing, her hair growing.
She's so happy. Well, if it was that bad,
look at her body. That's a woman who's winning right there.
That's the one thing he was never able to take from me, my joy. And I tell you, baby, a clean hands and a pure heart would take you a long way.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't need the things to make me happy. What makes me happy is when I get a DM from a woman saying, my mama just left my dad after 45 years of seeing you speak on CNN or on TV, or a young man that says, I wish my mama would have done for me what you did for your son. She's still with my daddy to this day. Like, I literally had grown men cry in my arms and say, my mama is still with my daddy, and I don't know why, and I want to kill that man. So that's why I say better. Because you can't even put a price on it.
I always say it's harder to leave.
No dollar amount.
That's why most stay so
that will
hard to
ever bring
leave.
me this joy.
I want to ask you two things I'm going to move on to from this. Number one, what is the number one sign that women can see that is a telltale sign that
Can be
this
the
man
ones.
is a potential abuser?
Ooh, there's so many, but I would say the main one is women need to know the difference between compromise and sacrifice.
Mm.
They don't even know what it is. Because as little girls, well, first of all, let me take it way back. As women, we're conditioned to believe that love is violent. And I'm gonna tell you why. When we're little and we're on the playground and little boys pull our hair or they kick us or they tease us or call us fat or you're ugly, and you tell your teacher it hurts my feelings, what's the first thing they tell little girls? He's doing that because he like you. He just picking on you because he like you. As little girls, we've been conditioned to believe that men and boys show us love through violence. And little boys are conditioned to believe that you have to be violent to show woman love. It's sick.
Yeah.
So that's why I say a lot of people who are in it don't even realize they're in it because we've been conditioned since we're little to be in it. The second thing is we don't know the difference between compromise and sacrifice because we're told growing up, ooh, honey, you married. You know, you ain't going to be able to dress like that no more. Ooh, girl, you know, you married. You ain't going to be able to hang with your friends like you used to no more. Girl, you married. You know, that man going to want you to stay in the house. So they're teaching women to sacrifice of self. They don't teach you a healthy man doesn't mind you having your own friends. A good compromise is now, girl, when you get married, you know, every weekend can't be ladies' night, can't be girls' night out. But it's healthy that at least one weekend out the month, you take some time for you and your girls. And girl, you still dress sexy, but you know, when you with your husband, you want to be mindful. But when you with your girls and you want to be cute, and baby, you better be cute for him. Show him your titties sometimes. We're not taught that as women. We're told once you get with a man, you must sacrifice all that is you to keep him happy. So now you're in an abusive relationship and he wants you to sacrifice yourself for him. Give up your friends, give up your family. You're not going to school. I'm the provider. Change the way you dress. You're not going out. I don't like your best friend that she can't come around. We don't know the difference because everything that big mama, auntie, friends have told us is he's going to have these set of rules for you when you get married, boo, and you better follow him if you want to keep him. Ooh, and honey, don't be doing no complaining because at least he pay all the bills. You got a roof over your head. Well, controlling men do that too. Mine paid all the bills. I had a roof over my head, but couldn't even take my ID to the bank and get money out to leave him.
So true, Queen Tandy.
You're breaking generational curses right
Blow
now.
up for me.
Everything you said, I receive it. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to go into detail. Somebody was told recently that I've witnessed, when your man wants, ask God for the courage to withstand it if you don't want it. And everybody in the room said,
so the term for that is marital. It is a real thing. I was in counseling for a very long time, Dr. Linda Randall, and she said, one day, Drea, you're going to find the courage to say I was by my husband. And I'm like, girl, now you done went too far. She said, I want you to look up the definition is without consent, coercion, if violence is used against you. And I'm like, oh, I've been that and then some. I've been hogtied by this man. I've been blindfolded, had people come in the room, don't know if it's a man or a woman. When I say I have been through it, Carlos, but still in my mind, society makes women think that you can't be by your husband. You can't be by your fiance. And then I ask women, how many times have you been by him and you say you don't like it? But he said he a freak and it turns him on. How many times have y'all been in a volatile situation or grabbed you? And we actually coined this term, makeup sex. How many times, women? How many times? And it just escalates from there. How many times through coercion have you told a man you don't want to do it with him and he will use this psychology on you? Well, at least I'm asking you. I could be out there cheating and asking another woman. I'm trying to share this experience with you and you're tripping. It ain't like I'm doing it behind your back. I'm trying to have you involved so you know what's going on. And the whole time I don't want to do it. I don't see what the big deal is. Coercion, trying to convince you to do something that you've already said you don't want to do. Now, if it was somebody outside of your husband and you went to a courtroom and said, yeah, he strangled me, immediately done. We're not going to sit here and question that.
But when it's your husband,
when
details,
your husband, your fiance,
your
boyfriend, we don't even give women that. So many women I've spoken to, there's like, Drea, I can't even really handle this right now because I don't know how many times I have actually been by my husband or my boyfriend or my fiance. How many times it has been volatile and he wants to have makeups. Are you kidding me? So that's what I mean when I say Drea's in her be arrogant with my greatness era. Not arrogant as in put people down. I'm arrogant in it because I want women to know, stand 10 toes down on what you've been through. Do not blink, do not cry. And even if you do cry, with your throat shaking, with your knees trembling, with your heart beating, with your beads of sweat, even when you feel like you're going to pass out, your voice is your power. Never lose your voice. And I don't care if it takes you 10 years and one person to listen. Use your voice. Your voice is your power.
And what advice would you give women on how to leave an abusive marriage?
Have a plan.
Have a plan.
Have a plan. Down to, if you're leaving, do you have your baby's school records, immunization records, and birth certificate? Why? Because when you take them out of one school to put them in another, you're going to need all that. You can't just take a child to school and be like, here, I want to enroll DeAndre. Ma'am, where's his immunization records? Where's his records from the last school he was in? Where's his birth certificate and social security card? If your children are on medication, that's why I'm trying to wake my way to the Congress floor as we speak. You should be able to have open-ended prescriptions so that if your child is on medication, you don't have to risk your life going back to a town that you escaped to go to a doctor that your husband or ex-husband or fiance knows you take the kids to go get a prescription. The problem with some of these prescriptions, they won't write it unless you go see a doctor. You have to have an appointment. They have to check out the child first, then write you the prescription. They will not just write you a prescription over the phone. So now I have to put me and my kids in harm's way just to go back to get their prescription and pray his friends, family, loved ones didn't see me and make it back out of town. Listen, tell your family. They can't help you out of what they don't know you're in. And I know you're ashamed, you're embarrassed, you're afraid, you're nervous, but they have to know. Because all of a sudden it's just, oh, she left. We don't know where she went. If they don't know that you even left, if you come up missing, they don't know because you've been so alienated from them. They're used to not hearing from you for a year. They're used to not hearing from you for 6 months. So this man kill you and nobody hears from you for 6 months. That's normal because he's alienated you from so many people. When you're ready to leave, tell everybody, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. If something happens to me, it's because I left. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm telling you, I plan on leaving. This is the date I'm leaving. This is where I'm going when I leave. If I do not call you and I do not show up there, please call the police. That's alarming to your family because then they like, we ain't heard from her in 6 months. All of a sudden, she's talking about leaving. We pay attention, y'all. And the other thing, have some kind of cash, some kind of money so that you don't have to go into a bank and ask a teller. Because guess what's the first thing they're going to do? We have to call him for authorization. Now he knows where I am. Now he knows I'm trying to get money. Now he knows I plan on leaving. Because you ain't never been to the bank before to get money. You always had to come to me. So now you need money. Where you going? And have 2 escape routes. I don't care if somebody has to pick you up. There's a drop off. That's who my dad was for me. We met at the parking lot at Marshall's, got in the car. Let me tell you something about my daddy. In the middle of the night when I escaped, he said, I would have went to prison that night because I'm telling you right now, if he would have rolled up on me and my grandkids, I would have that man where he stood and I would have been fine saying I love y'all with my hands on the glass from prison because he wasn't getting you that night. But even then, if you don't know if somebody's following you, make sure there's a pickup drop off and another pickup drop off. And even then you have to be careful. Wherever your permanent residence is, go somewhere temporary first. Go to the police first. Document as much as you can. I know it's hard to do because you're just in survival mode, but as much as you can document, as much as you can record, take pictures of your bruises. So when you do leave, you have something ironclad. But it's the hardest thing to do because every day you're just like, how do I get this man not to me? You're not processing that. You're just trying to think, how do I keep him happy enough that today doesn't turn volatile? And my last thing I'd say, do it afraid. Do it full of fear. Like I literally have this tattoo that says fearless. And the reason I have this tattoo that says fearless, I said, if when I fear him less, I will live a fearless life. So fearless means more to me than people know. I did it afraid, but I had total peace. And this is what I want women to know. I'm not wishing death on none of y'all, but this is the thing that allowed me to go through that gate. I said, God, I would rather die leaving than die because I stayed. And I had complete peace about death. Die leaving. The day I escaped. Because he will not be in this house. You will have to be leaving. But everybody's not built like me, and I know that. So for the ones who are not, again, have your plan, have some money, 2 escape routes, let your family know. And don't look back. I never look back. $2,500 in a duffel bag and 3 babies. Never look back. But let people tell it they know so much about me.
You have healed a lot of women. You helped a lot. I hope all of this is in your book and more. The escape plan, the signs to watch out for. These are things women need to know. You're able to articulate it in a way, like I said, with even me knowing women in my life who's been through that. And I do mean this, and I want you to know this is my sincere explanation of how I'm feeling right now. You have changed my outlook on it. And I never judge a woman's place in staying because I've always been somebody like, that's that woman's decision. I don't judge people in general. But my hope is that this conversation leads other women to not judge women whose journey is different. Unless you're in that situation, you cannot tell anybody how they should respond to it. The fact that you having 3 kids under the age of 7 how dare anyone make any sort of accusation, judgment, comment about you? I don't care what you do in your life today. Do you know what I mean? It's up that you have to even succumb to that. It makes me sad for the world we live in, that a woman can't say, this happened to me, I'm choosing to heal in this way, and I'm happier now and filled with joy.
Happy New Year,
and I'm not
everyone.
bitter about the situation.
And you're still mad.
And you're still mad is disgusting. And my hope is that, well, I already know this, you are going to change a lot of people's perception of you. And last but not least, let's end with some happy shit. So wait, so your book is coming out, the name of your book?
You gotta go.
Okay, and that's coming out when, sis?
Blessings, everyone.
So guys, make sure you get that. This is me saying this without you even telling me to. If you know a woman who's getting used or in that situation, it's the best Christmas gift to give her under the radar, right? Like, don't leave under the tree so her man can, like, don't. But if you know a woman who is dealing with this, it's the best Christmas gift to give her on the low.
Thank you.
And I do want to say that. Now, I need to end on Beyonce, Hands to Heaven. Yeah. You are like the viral sensation.
That is so crazy because every other week I'm going viral. I'm like, I just be minding my business. The girl just minds her business.
The way you know what I'm saying? It was like that, and it was this. And like, when you saw Beyonce Giselle Knowles Carter do that dance,
let me tell you.
Please tell me, did you? I cried for you because I was like, I just like the fact that it was her way of saying,
I see you, girl.
I see you. Exactly.
Yes,
I see you. You know Beyonce doesn't do anything by accident.
Right.
Everything is planned, is vetted. We all, like, that was her way of saying, I see you.
Do you know that's what I felt? That's why I'm like, we here. Our husbands did an album together. Like, people forget about that. Best of Both Worlds. Jay-Z and Robert had an album together. Yes. So it was very much.
Not to cut you off. Again, aha moment. Oh my gosh. That could have been Beyonce's way of saying, I see you. I know what you've been through.
Because here's the thing. Beyonce don't even do choreography to her own songs that people, we're gonna talk about it. You ain't never seen her do it. She ain't gonna never do it. She didn't do the bucking. She didn't do none of that.
She did not ever do the cuff and the choreo.
She did not. She never did the cuff and choreo. But here's what. I'm a spiritual person. It was the joy and the smile on her face that did it for me. Because it wasn't like, when I say just smiling, happy in her peace, because I am you and you are me, ma'am. Honey, they didn't call her everything from a witch to the Illuminati. So for her to know what it's like to be in a space where people create this narrative about you, they love to hate you. They say what they want to, but they always lurking and watching what you're doing. Because y'all haters are the MVP, honey. Y'all have perfect attendance. Y'all are employee of the month. Y'all haters don't miss a day to hate and create. So to see that, to be like, what? She got it. And again, I'm not one for validation is for valet. It's for cars. So it wasn't a validation thing. It was woman to woman, mother to mother, being in this business. I see you, girl. And it took a minute. Honey, I was shaking because my phone was going blip, 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 blip. I'm like, what? Oh, Lord, what didn't happen? I'm thinking of something with my ex, like, oh, Jesus, what happened? And people like, look on your social media, Beyonce doing your choreo. I was like, yo, when I saw it, Carlos, I could not. When I saw Chloe Bailey, and then it became this viral thing on TikTok, and honey, I didn't have people in wheelchairs do it, people without legs doing it. I said,
not people without legs.
Here's the thing. God is so real. He says, what you do to the least of them, you do unto me.
I wonder what that was.
And people think he's only talking about
I don't know that show
he's talking about the ones who are brokenhearted, the ones who've been abused, the ones who've been talked about, the ones who've been left, the ones who, those are the least of the kingdom to the rest of the world. To y'all, I'm the least. But my daddy ain't no joke. And neither is Beyonce.
Ladies and gentlemen, Beyonce. No, it dawned on me that I never knew that till now. That was her way of saying to you, I see you, I support you, I know what you've been through. The album, the connection, who knows her because you know a lot of people are making up these stories about her. Beyonce supports women.
Yes.
That was a way of supporting a woman.
Oh, and when I found out Mama Knows was following me back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, Beyonce, no, it was dope. It was dope.
It was.
Last thing, where can people go to your studio? Because on Bold and Bougie, you healed my cast and you have this ability to really heal women. So is it open to the public? Is it a way for people to go to your class in Atlanta? Like, where can they go? Where's it at, girl? How can they go on the website to sign up? Go to this class. She healed my Bold and Bougie cast members, Crystal Smith Cry was a big
What
thing.
she
Where can they
said
go,
without
sis?
legs,
So
girl.
I am right now at I Am Sexy Fit in Stonecrest. That's my girl. I have partnered with her. I love her. I teach there every Wednesday. I
In
also
Atlanta.
travel in Atlanta.
Okay.
Stonecrest. Yes. I also travel though. People don't know that I travel
So
with my
she's
class
here
a
with
lot.
me, Atlanta.
This is something that I say is my ministry.
I didn't know
it
that.
really is
so.
my ministry. And if you've ever taken a
That's
class, like the women
local
who have
for me.
taken my class, they would tell you it's life-changing. Like it is something that I am called to do. If you go on my page, link is in the bio. I'm always putting flyers up. People request me. And I even do privates for people. Like if you're like, hey, it's just me and 10 of my girls. We want to come together, just us, honey. I don't care if y'all celebrating a divorce, bar mitzvah, wedding, pregnancy, all things women is what I love to do in that class. But they can find it on Instagram, official Drea Kelly. On Instagram, it's Drea Kelly. On Twitter, it's Drea Kelly. On Facebook. After that, you got to Google a girl if you still can't find me. But yeah, it's something that is near and dear to my heart. I'm still looking for a studio home. Believe it or not, after all these years, I'm still looking for a studio home. And here's the reason why, y'all. Because with my burlesque, I'm like, girl, are you going to Vegas full time? Or are you going to stay in Atlanta? Which one are you going to do? I still haven't made that decision.
Can I tell you what my spirit said?
What?
Stay in Atlanta. Your audience is Black women.
No.
And the thing about Atlanta, you are a lot of women, men, whatever, love to have a reason to come to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you should do it because you're going to heal a lot of women, white women too. But there's my spirit is saying there's something about bringing your skill set, your ability, your wisdom, and your spirit.
I don't know.
I saw you do this to Neil's ex Crystal to go Shay Hawkins. Way Neil's ex Crystal Smith cried and said to me afterwards, that was real. She healed me.
Beyonce dancing to her.
I say start off making this a thing in Atlanta. I also want you women to book her to come to some girls' birthday parties, no shade, bachelorette parties. Like it's fun, it's a burlesque, but she also is able to heal you. Because a lot of women who throw bachelorette parties, they hire like a psychic, which is fine. But I think book Drea Kelly because you want to have fun, be sexy, be cute, with your PJs and your sexy, whatever, but also be healed.
Yeah.
And you do that. So I want to encourage a lot of women to do that.
And I'll tell women, be prepared. Just be prepared. You are going to wail, not cry.
Not sure. She just said Beyonce was using her choreography.
I can't even describe it. Like I said, I eat the fish, spit out the bones. My grandfather was who he was, but he also gave me the gift of evangelism.
To find it.
And I know that this is my ministry.
Beyonce
and some of the things like what I said to Goshay, if you don't know Goshay, you wouldn't know that.
Still trying to
what Crystal was going through. When I say when the Spirit speaks and God tells me, I had one woman in my class, she broke down completely because what I told her.
That one might be on Instagram. Remember, that's my husband's playground.
I just got off the phone with my doctor. How would you know?
Probably definitely on the
Jasmine Burke, wonderful actress, has taken my class, broke down, babe. When I say these women lay in the floor, cry, scream, kick, and I let them know this is your safe space to do that. This is your release. I don't want women. Yeah, anybody can teach a dance class. And no shade. Listen, all you dance teachers out there, no shade, honey. Yes, let the girls pussy pop in a handstand and flip out a chair. That's beautiful. But at the end of the day, my job is if you walk out of here the same way you walked in, I failed you. I completely failed you. When you are put into that position of being a minister, an evangelist, speaking words in life and edifying and affirmations for women, and all you did was teach them how to maybe twerk a little bit, move, you failed. And I know this is so much bigger than me that I tell women, there's really no way for me to put it on Instagram because those intimate moments are not meant for Instagram.
No.
And a lot of people are like, she don't do nothing but walk. And I tell them, sweetheart, if that's what you believe, keep believing. But come take the, and I've had women.
I'm not fooling with you or him.
Carlos, and say, I used to think the same thing.
It's 2025. I said I was on a different type
I've been dealing with some stuff since I was a little girl that I didn't even know I was carrying around with me. And you spoke to it, and something broke. I feel free, and that is my goal. That is my goal, to go from coast to coast, country to country, and especially like you said, women of color.
Oh my goodness, hilarious!
It's time for us to take the cape off. Quit telling us we're strong Black women, because that S don't stand for strong. What y'all telling us is y'all are suffering Black women, and we celebrate you for it. That's what the S stands for.
Thank you. You're changing lives.
You are. Thank you, baby.
Dreas said the S on the cape stand for suffering, not strong. So listen, I think I found the video. I'm gonna share my screen of let me see. I'm gonna share my screen. So there's a short that I came across that maybe what she was talking about as far as Beyonce doing her dance, her choreography. So hold on. Let me see. Make sure y'all good. Thank you, Monique. Thank you. So for you, now listen, I ain't got the one with the no legs. Listen, I don't know how you finna see the wheelchair with no legs, but at least I found the one with Beyonce doing it. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Like, so, okay. So Drea said that Beyonce was doing her choreography. So I went to the YouTube, typed in Beyonce dancing to Drea choreography if y'all want to try to find it. So I came across this video. I'm going to play it. This just might be it. So I'm going to turn the sound off because I don't know if it's going to have like some music or something. Like, I don't want any issues or nothing with copyright or anything, but I'm going to play it. But let me see. We might be able to, let me see. Okay, let me play it. So right there, when Beyonce was doing that move of, I guess when she was kind of moving her hands from the bottom, lower body all the way up, that's Drea Kelly's choreography. So I guess, Beyonce put that out there where she was doing Drea Kelly's choreography. And that was a big deal because, as she said, Beyonce normally don't do things like that, with put out things with her doing even her own choreography, let alone someone else's. So Drea found it to be an honor that Beyonce danced to her choreography. So that's the move, Beyonce doing that little move. That's Drea's move. And Drea felt she felt seen in that moment because she felt like, okay, that was Beyonce letting her know, I see you, I hear you, I know what you've been through. As a woman, I connect to you. I connect to your story. So it was just, they were communicating without words to one another. And that's how Drea interpreted that when she saw Beyonce put that out there. Because y'all know Beyonce ain't one, she's not a woman of a lot of words. The most you getting up out of her is when she on stage singing. Rarely she do interviews. So she's very action, not words. She's just all about just showing up. So for her to put this out there, if you become familiar with how Beyonce moves, you know that she's very strategic with what she puts out there, how she moves. So that's that. So we got to see Beyonce. Let me play it again. Her doing Drea Kelly's choreography. So we playing the short again. So there you go. Beyonce doing Drea's choreography. So Drea was definitely here for it. Monique said, Sheik, that was great great. And as usual, your commentary is great. Thank you very much. I thank you all for showing up with me and bringing the new year with me. Now, some of you all who are behind us in time with the Central West Coast time, you got a little bit more ways to go, but I still wish you all a happy new year. Sue says that Sheik, the structure of your channel is great. It speaks well to my military experience. Thank you so much. I thank you, Sue, for that. I definitely appreciate that. I do try. Monique says, Sheik, Drea does it better. I am finding no legs. Who is doing it? Yeah, Drea is that girl. Look, she said before she could walk, she started getting up trying to dance the Soul Train. So it was in her soul. Drea said it was in her soul, y'all. So, but yeah, it's Drea. She gonna do it better. She's what she says. She's the most trained dancer you'll ever meet. So that is her gift. Her God-given gift is dance, just like R. Kelly, her ex-husband, his God-given gift is music. singing, playing instruments. I believe that we all have a gift. We all have a God-given gift. And I think that it's a blessing when you come to learn and identify what your God-given gift is, because I don't think everyone knows their gift just yet. I think that there's points in your life where you come to recognize or acknowledge what your gift is. Some people run from their gift. Some people run from their gift. But I believe we all have a gift. And if you are not aware of what your gift is, ask. Ask and you shall receive. Ask through prayer for your gift to be revealed. But more often than not, when it comes to your gift, it's something that's easily seen. Like it's you're not convincing people of it. Like people see you. Like I truly feel that my gift is communication, counsel, teaching, things like that. The things that I come out onto the internet and do. I feel like it's my gift, because not only do I do it on the internet on 2 YouTube channels, I also do it in real life. This is child, I ain't new to this. I'm true to this. That's how I'm able to do it the way I do it. And it gets done. I teach, and that's my gift. And I will tell you, I prayed for my gift to be revealed to me years back before I went to school to get my credentials to be a therapist. I prayed for my gift to be revealed to me, and it was then revealed to me. And from there, I started to do counsel with youth in my church at the time. And then that went on to, other things. And I'm here today. But it started with me asking for it to be revealed. So going into 2025, some of you are already here with me in 2025. Asking, you shall receive. Anything that you want clarity on. If it's discernment, peace, guidance, direction, ask. If you need people to show up in your life to help you with anything, you ask for all of that. Asking, you shall receive. Move with intent. Do what's best for you. Do what feels right for you. Forget the naysayers, whatever, because it's always going to be the peanut gallery out there. Do what's best for you. And just make the decision to want more, to want better, to do better. And that's all you can do. And you just put in the work. Simple as that, right? But you got to put in the work. So yes, as you're doing it, it'll always seem easy, but you can achieve it. You can achieve it just with consistency, desire to want more, to want better. That's what it's rooted in. And you just keep working at it, right? You just keep working at it. You keep working at it. Monique says she should have felt honored by the person with no legs. Girl, not that is a tribute. Listen, I don't know. Monique, you're gonna have to let me know if you find the one with no legs. You find that one with no legs, girl, child. You're gonna have to come on back to the next live and let us know. Because she said the ones with no legs was doing it. Not no hands, not walking no hands. The Andrea no legs challenge. Sue says Beyonce women, if a few words. That's a nice way to say it. Monique says yes, and Beyonce sells $85 hair conditioner, but other than that, in performance, you're not getting much from Big. Nah, you ain't getting much. And she had to be forced to come out there to show off her hair products, because when she first came out with the products, she wasn't, demonstrating them. People like, how you ain't promoting your own stuff? But yeah, Beyonce is definitely not one to do a lot of talking. She's definitely all action, very few words. And I don't think that's a bad thing either. I think sometimes you just got to be about it. A lot of times the people that do all that talking ain't hitting on nothing. You got to watch those ones who don't really talk about it. They just about it. That's just about handling their business. That's what how I choose to show up in the world, to be that one to just be about it. You just look up and see what I've done versus me talking about it. I'm very action oriented. So, Beyonce is very action oriented as well. She doesn't say a lot. I come out here, I speak on my platform. I talk a lot from the standpoint of kind of trying to teach, inform, but in life with making moves, I don't talk about things. I just do it. Now on the back end, I'll talk to you about, okay, what it was that I did, how I did it. but I'm not going to really talk about it kind of beforehand. I'm just about it. And I just think that it takes a lot of energy to just be doing a lot of talking. And a lot of times when you're doing that, it's not enough action taking place. So listen, don't talk about it, just be about it. Don't talk about it, just be about it. That's the energy. That's the 2025 energy. Kathleen says, Monique, pray for it to be revealed. You have one, you probably know, and just need confirmation. That was great advice. So true. Bless from Texas. What's up? Hey, Happy New Year. Monique says, your gift at your gift. I mean, you, the only content creator that has not been blocked, cursed out on these YouTube streets. Yes, Monique, and it's by design. It's like, here's the thing, you all, when you move in a certain way and it's of substance, it makes it very hard for something like that to take place. It makes it hard. So with how I choose to move, it's very strategic. It's very strategic. I come out here, I do what I do on my channel, I stay in my lane. I may show up to other platforms, to say hey, show support that way. But for the most part, I'm solo dolo. And when I talk on this channel and if I speak on other platforms, I'm very kind of neutral, where I'll call out things on the positives, negatives from different sides. I give my assessment. But at the end of the day, my moral of my story is always, let's move on and have peace. It's always ended with that. And then, so when I see that your energy is no longer aligning with mine and you're choosing to just be on some other stuff and move a different direction, I just keep moving. You know, you ain't got, what they say, you ain't got to announce it. You just move. I just keep moving. I don't have to say nothing bad about anybody. It's not necessary. What for? What are we doing? I got so much just in my own play, my own work. I got 2 channels that I'm trying to have succeed. I'm trying to get this channel. I don't know which channel y'all watch me on, but my smaller channel, I'm trying to get that at least to where my bigger channel is and trying to grow the bigger channel. So I got enough going on in my own world to be consumed with just other stuff that has nothing to do with me, because it doesn't have anything to do with me. And a lot of times people get pulled into things that don't have anything to do with them. So another lesson as we go into 2025, don't allow yourself to get caught up in things that does not have to do with you. Back to the secrets of how to look youthful, how to feel confident and showing up on camera. It's these things, not getting caught up in the drama, taking your breaks, maybe choosing, to show your support in different ways that's maybe not vocal. There's so many ways that you can show support of people that doesn't have to do with you saying anything, typing anything. Like, so it's just, just figuring out how to move in a way that just is best for you. Is best for you. Because at the end of the day, I want you all to put yourselves first. Put yourselves first. Just put yourselves first. Sue says that Chic, in case you don't know, along with your gift, you listen, don't jump to conclusions, don't follow the crowd, and don't judge. Listen, that's what I do. That's what I do. And that's how I'm going to continue to move. And I think it's the best way to move. And that's how I've moved all my life. So because I've moved this way, I was that person like going through school that did not have conflict with anyone. If I was arguing with somebody, it's my sisters, because I got sisters, they're twins. So they was double teaming me. So it was me going against them. But as far as anything outside, I didn't get caught up in that, because I know, especially with girls, women, how it can be catty. That I picked up. I've always been that person to sit on the side, peep game. I've seen just with one of my sisters who was very social. So she had a lot of the drama going on. Her twin, a lot by default, would be caught up in stuff. So I learned, like, okay, this is what I'm not going to do. Where the fellas at? I'm going to go holler at them. Let me go chill with them. They seem to be more calm, cool, collected. So, and as an adult, I still kind of, navigated these streets, in that way. And I'm married or whatever. So the only man I'm kicking it with is my husband. And so you just learn. So how I move, y'all, this is just how I've always been. That's why it's so easy for me to be very neutral, very level-headed, because it's my personality. And I learned for a long time that moving this way allowed for me to not be caught up in a lot of mess and drama. It's actually protected me and my peace. It allowed me to not age, fast and look way older than what I am. For me to have good health, be in good shape, all of that good energy, come out here to be able to teach you all some things. I'm telling you all based off of what my life lessons have been. I don't talk to you guys about anything that I haven't applied to my life. I promise you, I apply these things that I talk to you all to my life every day. Queen says, Chic, even though I came close to the end, I really enjoyed this. Light and this will always remove darkness. You are awesome at your gift. I thank you. I receive all of these kind words to you, and I'm glad that even, outside of drama, that you guys still was able to come here and rock with me going into the new year to just talk about some things that can really make a difference for someone's life or your life or anyone's life, just on some other type of time. Going into 2025, or now that I am in 2025, what I want my message to be delivered in a way that's more so coming from a place of help and balance and less from judgment. It's part of human nature to judge. Having an opinion is judging. It's whether you call it opinion or judging, we all do it. But a lot of times it's not what you do, it's how you do it. So what I want for myself going into 2025, or as I'm in 2025, is I want to give my opinion and judgment more so from a place of helping, teaching, be open to learning, and not it be heavily where it's looking from more of a critique and judging. I want to be open to hear, to understand more of why somebody's doing what they're doing, moving the way they move. So if there are people out here who people are heavily forming an opinion of, and they're now coming on scene, speaking, giving their side, I want to be open to that. I want to cover it from all angles. I don't want to just be one-sided. So that's going to be intent. And me coming from that way, it may sacrifice the number of people who maybe check for me, listen to me, click on my content because of the energy that I have. But that's okay, because I'm prioritizing having good energy, just giving off better, good content than, clicks and views. So it comes with the territory. And I know that moving in the way that I'm saying it, there is no worries that I would have in regards to strikes and things like that, conflict with people, because of the way that I'm going to be approaching things, which is always initially what my intent was to come out here to do, was to approach things from the way of teaching. And at some point, I feel like it kind of started to kind of move away from that. But I just want to take it back there, because that was what it was rooted in when I did come out here over the summer and started reacting to the other content that I've become known to react to. So I want to now become known as a content creator that reacts to just different types of things, but the reaction is coming from a place of positivity, a place of learning, not heavy in the judgment, but heavy in the learning and the helping. So that's what I want for myself. I definitely wish you all a happy new year. We got through it, y'all. Almost 4.5 hours. I hope so y'all get ready late. So it's already, for some of us on East Coast, technically the next day, the new year. We got a live book reading coming. Y'all, don't forget, make sure you got your notification bell set, because we are getting into Aaliyah's book. We're getting into this. Happy Queen Tandy says happy new year. She says 10:20 here. It's been a long day, tired. Thank you for being here, Queen Tandy. We're doing a live reading. For some of us, it's technically today. I think I have it scheduled for 6:00 p.m. So we're going to get into Aaliyah's story. Now, as we get into Aaliyah's story, we're going to see how it aligns, or what types of things she says that may take us back to what we heard Drea Kelly say. Because Drea Kelly got with him right after Aaliyah. So I think the timing was great with how we covered Drea Kelly, and then how we're going to go into the live book reading. It makes sense. It makes sense. So I thank you. Thank you all. Kathy says, oh, have a I thoroughly enjoyed this evening, Sheik, and thank you, family. Thank you. Happy New Year. Monique says, Sheik, I summed up what your message was when you said don't get involved in things that don't involve you. My version of what you said is mind our business. Exactly. People don't do enough of that, but it can definitely make a difference on your mental health when you do that. When you just stay in your own lane, you handle your business, you do what you do. All else is going to do what it do. Because at the end of the day, all we have control over is ourselves. All we have control over is ourselves. Sue says, slow and easy wins every time. Monique says, I will still follow you as I do now on all channels. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Brad Baby said 100, no reason to argue with people who will never change, especially over the internet. I'm here for book reason, positive content. Thank you for that, Brad Baby. I appreciate that. Happy New Year, Beta. Monique, see you all for the book reading. Good night, Sheik and chat. Thank you. I see you all soon, like later at 6 o'clock for our live reading. I got to get rested for that. Not sure if I'll be on the camera for that or not. But yeah, we got a book. It's like, I think I said it was 270 pages. So we're going to try to see how much we can get through it in one take. It may end up having to be multiple takes, but I'm going to read as much as I can. Y'all know how we do over here. But I feel like it's going to be a good read. So like I say, they say, I will be in class later today. Thank you. I see you in class. As I say, you all go out into this world, show up in a way in which you want others to show up for you. Meaning, like your tracks, give off positive energy, because guess what? In return, you will receive positive energy. Try it. Test it out. Try it and test it. Try it and test it. It is my mission to give off positive energy. And I'm going to do it even more so than I did it in 2024, 2025. I'm going to show up bigger and better. That is a promise. I am going to lead by example. That's all that we can do. Each one teach one. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. See y'all later. Brat Baby says Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year, Suze. Like the video if you haven't. Like, share, subscribe. You all have a wonderful evening. Happy New Year. And I will catch you all in the next live broadcast. Peace.